without compromising on our fundamental principles and values. This is just another signal that our continent is ready to be a leader of democratic world, even in the current volatile context. I would also like to welcome the Monegasque Presidency of the Council of Europe and wish them all success. The two of them on the very right of my table will be the guarantees for that, particularly focusing on young people, fostering their active and meaningful engagement in democratic processes, ensuring their adequate protection, but also creative avenues of their participation in public life, and developing mechanisms for effective communication with them. I look forward to work together with the Monegasque Presidency, and I'm confident that together we can make even more of our dreams born in the hemicycle a reality. So thank you very much for that. And as we have a quite busy agenda, on the one hand, I would really like to welcome all our guests here today, the President of the National Assembly, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Ambassador of Monaco to Strasbourg, our Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly. She's not a guest, by the way. But as we have a busy agenda today with several debates this morning, after the welcome address of His Excellency Thomas Brezzo, we will have an exchange of views with Mrs. Isabel Berro Amadei, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation and President now of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. We will then debate the Legal Affairs Committee's report on the Venice Commission Rule of Law checklist with a statement by Mrs. Marta Katabia, the President of the Venice Commission, who will participate online. And in the afternoon, we will hold a debate on the urgent procedure of restructuring and streamlining the rules of procedure. We will also have a debate on the report of the Cultural Committee on journalism in the context of the Israel-Gaza conflict and a report of the Equality Committee on enhancing cooperation between parliaments and equality bodies. As customary, the Standing Committee meeting will be followed by a round table organized in collaboration with the delegation of Monaco to the Assembly, and I really encourage you to participate in this round table and youth and artificial intelligence, education, autonomy, and democratic safeguard. I think a topic that it's really very important. So with any further ado, I now would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Thomas Brezzo, President of the National Council of Monaco, for a welcome address. Dear President, dear Thomas, on behalf of the members of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly, I should like to express our deepest thanks for hosting this meeting here in Monaco and for your warm hospitality. We all enjoyed yesterday evening at the terrace over there. You are here among friends, since you have been a member of the Parliamentary Assembly until 2024. You know quite well how we are working, what we are doing. And when you left us, you just left us because you became president. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, he still would be among us. A lawyer by profession, you have put your legal experience at the service of the National Council Legislation Committee, which you chaired for the past 6 years. In this capacity, you coordinated the review of significant number of highly technical pieces of legislation that were adopted by the National Council, notably the various anti-money laundering laws, reforms by civil and criminal procedure, the law on the transmission of nationality through marriage, the law on children of the country, and the emergency law during the Corona period. At the same time, you participated in the work of the committee responsible for updating the codes, and also chaired the special committee tasked with amendments to the National Council Rule of Procedure as part of GRECO fourth evaluation cycle. And so without any further ado, it's my pleasure to give the floor to you.
Thank you, Petra, for those words. Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée parlementaire.
Madam President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Madam Government Councillor, Minister for Foreign Affairs, President of the Committee of Ministers, dear Isabelle Béraud-Amady, Mr. Ambassador, Permanent Representative of the Principality of Monaco to the Council of Europe, Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Madam Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and parliamentarians from all over Europe, dear national councillors, starting with Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo, who needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, following on from the meeting of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy a few weeks ago, it is a real honour for the Principality of Monaco and for the National Council to host you here in Monaco on the occasion of the meeting of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly, just a few days following on from Monaco's taking over the presidency of the Committee of Ministers. And I would like to say to Isabelle Béraud-Amady, as I hold her in the highest regard, and I'm grateful to her for all the hard work that she will be doing over the next few months. And in Monaco, we all recognize her skills and attributes, first of all as a judge in the law courts, then as a judge on the European Court of Human Rights, so she certainly knows the inner workings of the Council of Europe, and then as the Principality's ambassador to Germany, and today in her capacity as a government councillor and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and as a Minister of State when she stood in following the death of Didier Guillaume in January 2025, and finally as the representative of the Principality on the Committee of Ministers. And just yesterday evening, I was wondering who could better carry out these duties, and Isabelle Béraud-Amady, and she told us all about her work as a judge, and I realized that there's absolutely nobody who would be better placed to do this job over the next few months. So I hardly need tell you that I have no doubt that once again she will do a very professional job. But I, in my capacity as the Speaker of the National Council here today, that Isabelle, you have our full support in everything that you do in your role as the President of the Committee of Ministers to benefit the 45 other members of the Council. Now, the Parliamentary Assembly has a special institutional role because the Parliamentary Assembly and the Committee of Ministers do not work in isolation. They advance together. They confer. Occasionally, they'll ask each other questions, but they will always complement one another. The Parliamentary Assembly is, in a manner of speaking, the democratic conscience of the Council of Europe. It can raise the alarm, and it can be the impetus for public action. We know that we have a singular system here in Monaco because the government is not accountable to the Parliament, and by virtue of our constitution, we have to reach a consensus with the executive. But what I can say, in all sincerity, and in the presence of members of my government, that there is not necessarily any opposition between parliamentary demands and governmental action. In essential fields such as protecting women's rights, protecting children, particularly from digital risks, and also making sure that young people take part in our democratic life, or indeed the fight against organized crime and money laundering. These are areas in which we all come together. Now, when it comes to youth participation in public life, this is an area in which the National Council is particularly active, because if we don't listen to our young people, then our democracies become fragile. And that is why we have a National Youth Council, which is there to train young people in debate and to initiate them in defending our values and making sure they take an active part in civic life. And some of our junior national councillors will be here this afternoon to take part in a roundtable on youth and artificial intelligence. And I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that you are all welcome. You are all invited to the roundtable because it is such an essential subject for our future and particularly for coming generations. Moving on to another subject, allow me to assure you that the Principality is fully mobilized in the fight against organized crime, and more specifically, in the fight against money laundering, the funding of terrorism, proliferation, and corruption. I personally have worked actively in this area. Before I was elected in 2018, before I took up my present post, I was involved in that fight, and I was able to see for myself that there are a number of erroneous assumptions or outside perceptions of the situation in Monaco. But facts are stubborn. I can assure you that our country has carried out thoroughgoing and demanding reforms which have mobilized all our institutions, the government, judicial authorities, supervisory authorities, as well as the administration. And businesses, too, have undertaken colossal efforts to make sure that we meet international standards. We have completely overhauled our working methods, and businesses have, on occasion, perhaps broken off some relations with their customer base, but they have been able to take advantage of an economic relaunch following the COVID crisis, and I think we should pay tribute to them. And that is why it is important that we realize that international credibility cannot be built on intentions alone, rather on real acts. And that brings me on to talking about our institutions. There are many areas in which perhaps our representatives have views that are different to those of the government. But a robust democracy is not characterized solely by the absence of a debate. And just a few days ago, we were asked by the President of the Council of Europe to act to protect human rights. And she added that the Council of Europe is the conscience of Europe. Now, that is more than just a quotation. The Council of Europe is not just another institution. It is not just a diplomatic body. Far from it. It is a space in which Europe reminds itself what it wants to be. And when we talk about Europe, we're not only talking about a market, not just about budgets, standards or quotas. For 75 years now, the Council of Europe has been talking about values, about fundamental values, human rights, the rule of law, democracy, and about freedom. Is there anything more important than freedom after all? It is freedom for which our people yearn. It is freedom that allows them to freely choose their destiny. And it constitutes our compass in our shared democracies. This is what the Council of Europe represents. Having said all of that, we must not lower our guards. And we would be wrong to simply take refuge behind the walls of our institutions. Because democracy is not always silenced only by the crashing of tanks, but it can also wane as a result of silence or indifference or various decisions which are presented as being merely temporary. In situations in which the freedom of the press is weakened, where freedom is gagged, when elections are challenged, and when public opinion is manipulated by foreign powers, and when even truth becomes relative. We are not merely experiencing political crises. We are seeing the very foundations of our democracies beginning to crumble. And that is why all countries must realize that they cannot necessarily always remain immune from these trends. Against this backdrop, interparliamentary relations are not merely a diplomatic convenience. Rather, they are a way of remaining vigilant, because whenever we have a problem with the rule of law anywhere in Europe, it is never a local problem. It is always a crack in our shared edifice, and these democratic breaches never remain within one member state for long. And this afternoon, we'll be talking about democratic resilience. We'll be talking about beefing up checks and balances, and most important, about the impact of artificial intelligence on our democratic processes. Because, of course, there is always different information, but there cannot be a different reality or a different truth. That is when our democracies become vulnerable. And in the face of the breathtaking development of AI, particularly generative AI, the real danger is certainly no longer censorship, it's the impossibility of distinguishing between what is true and false and having a shared sense of a shared reality. And that is why we have to act immediately as soon as these first breaches become visible. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we face serious challenges, but despite the picture that I've just painted, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you here. And I know that it is thanks to you that day in, day out, we can share and benefit from this democratic space. And I know this from my colleagues on the delegation. And I ought to mention, because I know just how active they are, and as the Speaker of the Assembly, I know that I have always a few more grey hairs that I get every time they come into my office to tell me that they have a new idea for Strasbourg, because I know that they need our support, and I often think of the budget, but they deserve it because the way they have worked to fly the flag for Monaco. Dear Beatrice, Christine, and Christophe, you know that we cannot forget Benjamin Salario and Thomas Manrique either, who have worked untiringly on behalf of our Assembly. And it is thanks to all their hard work and the involvement of Thomas and Benjamin, working with the Council of Europe teams, who have organized this very successful event. I mean, that is what I hear in the corridors. They've been working on it for many months now, and I, of course, cannot forget Nicolas, Jérémy, and everybody else. But I'd like to thank each and every one of you, Beatrice, Christine, Christophe, Benjamin, and Thomas, for all of your hard work, and to congratulate you most warmly for everything you've achieved on behalf of our Assembly and in our common interests. So once again, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I very much hope that we meet your expectations and that we rise to the challenge of our continent, and it is a great pleasure for me to declare open this meeting of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. All I can say in closing is long live human rights, long live the rule of law, long live democracy, long live the Council of Europe, long live Monaco, and long live all of our member states. Thank you.
In our standards, Monaco is a superpower in the Parliamentary Assembly, with 2 chairs of committees from Monaco and the Presidency. I think it never happened before. So it's of course you owed it. So that brings me to the next point of our agenda, which is the exchange of views with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Monaco and the President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, Mrs. Isabelle Berro-Amandé. Madam President, dear Isabelle, thank you very much for your availability and warm welcome. The warm welcome we received in Monaco. We are looking forward to the 6 months of your presidency, it's the very first presidency in the history of Monaco since it joined the Council of Europe in 2004. So it's a truly historic milestone also for you. The pace supports the ambitious priorities set up for your presidency, namely the effective protection of all citizens, in particular those who are the most vulnerable ones, the fight against violence against women and girls, your focus on young people and sport as a factor of inclusion. We also had an exchange with Her Highness this morning on the possibility of sports to integrate people and to overcome hurdles, and also for your commitment on the human rights protection system. Thomas already mentioned that you have been a judge on respect of Monaco at the court, so you indeed know the Assembly, but also, of course, the whole Council of Europe and the system behind it very, very clearly. You were a judge between 2006 and 12, and you were the president of a section until 2015. So, dear Madam President, it's an honor to give you the floor. Please.
Thank you very much, Ms. President.
Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Madam President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, President of the National Council, Madam President of the Monegasque delegation at the PACE, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much indeed, dear Speaker of the National Council, for your very warm welcome to us all. Now, please be assured of the fact I'll try and be worthy of the trust that you placed in me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honor for the Principality of Monaco to welcome you here today in this meeting of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly. Your presence here in Monaco is of paramount importance at a time when the Principality has been holding the presidency for the past few days, from the very first time since it joined the Council of Europe in 2004, as Madam President just reminded us of. So it's the first time that we're holding the presidency of the Committee of Ministers. Now, this is for our country much more than institutional responsibility that we're holding. It's something that's part of a very concerning European backdrop that we're in, which means that more so than ever we should reaffirm our attachments to the founding values of the Council of Europe and to the ideals championed by the Council of Europe since 1949. Because, as I'm sure you are all aware, Europe is going through a very difficult period in its history. In fact, it's at a crossroads. The war has come back to our continent. Geopolitical tensions are heightening. The force is the answer rather than dialogue, and of course there's the whole phenomenon of misinformation and interference from foreign powers, and values that bind together our societies have been called into question, and the economic and energy and social crises are triggering a direct impact on the daily lives of our citizens. And in addition to these destabilizing factors, well, what do we see? It's always men, women, and children who are suffering the consequences. Civilian populations are paying the price of conflicts and forced displacement and precariousness and violence, and also the gradual weakening and erosion of our democratic institutions. The war of aggression waged by the Russian Federation against Ukraine reminds us of this on a daily basis, in particular with regard to its brutal nature. For more than 4 years now, Ukrainian civilians are living under the bombings, families being displaced to destruction, and in-depth human suffering, with complete contempt being shown for international humanitarian law. Faced with this reality, we have a very strong duty to live up to. There can only be lasting impact of peace if we don't have justice, if we don't have accountability. And this is why the Principality of Monaco fully endorses all the efforts that have been carried out with a view to setting up the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, as well as all the different accountability mechanisms that have been put in place by the Council of Europe. Because defending international law is not simply about defending an abstract idea. It's protecting in concrete terms the civilian population. It's about preserving their dignity and guaranteeing that the most serious violations will not go unpunished. And it's very much against this international backdrop, which is marked by so much instability, that Monaco was very keen to base its presidency on a very clear ambition to protect everyone through an efficient organization to meet contemporary challenges. Now, protecting all people is, first of all, a very human requirement and demand. It means guaranteeing effective protection to the most vulnerable people and to ensure that the fundamental rights that we are all entitled to are fully upheld, and it's our duty to defend them. Protecting women from violence, combating abuse against children, taking on board mental health issues, combating radicalization, and also young people being exposed to harmful digital contents. These are among the priorities of the Monegasque presidency. With this in mind, the presidency will be placing emphasis on implementing the commitments laid down in the Istanbul Convention, developing solutions to meet challenges facing the youth, and also involving young people in democratic discussions. Now, this also is going to be based on efficient and effective organization. Now, the credibility of the Council of Europe hinges on its ability to make rights and laws effective for people that they are due to protect. The organization is based on the strength of its system of conventions, on the authority of the European Court of Human Rights, and also on the application of commitments that are freely entered into by its member states. The full execution of judgments handed up by the Court of Human Rights is a very important challenge. The overall coherence of the work of the Council of Europe requires a constructive dialogue between the member states, as well as regular coordination between the different bodies. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe has a key role to play with this in mind, by ensuring that there is a direct link with the 700 million European citizens and the democratic pluralism that is one of the main assets of this organization. Your presence here bears testimony to this complementarity and the importance of there being interinstitutional dialogue in a period when our democracies need this more than ever, require cohesion, clarity, and trust. This collective mobilization is of indispensable importance to meet the challenges that our continent is currently facing. The war of aggression waged by Russia against Ukraine, organized crime, cybercrime, or also violations of rule of law. All this is destabilizing our societies and calling for European-level responses. To answer this, an accountability mechanism needs to be developed. Strengthening democratic resilience is important, as well as preserving the trust of citizens in their institutions, and all these are key priorities for the future of our continent. The new Pact for Democracy for Europe, spearheaded by the Secretary General, is fully in keeping with this shared ambition to further the democratic security in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament, through our presidency, the Principality of Monaco wishes to play its part, in full part, in defending the principles underpinning the actions of the Council of Europe: human rights, the rule of law, and democracy. Because above and beyond the crises that our continent is currently facing, there's this European ideal that belongs to us that we really want to keep and preserve. The ideal of Europe that is predicated on human dignity, on justice, on freedom, and on the very profound conviction that lasting peace can only be guaranteed with democracy and law. 77 years ago, the founding fathers of the Council of Europe wanted to create an organization that was able to protect these ideals from the tragedies of the 20th century. Now, this isn't something that we are bound by. We need to ensure that law wins out over power and that multilateralism wins out and the dialogue is strengthened. Please allow me to tell you once again how proud we are to welcome you here in Monaco at this meeting. I'd like to wish you all some very substantial and fruitful discussions, and my hope is that our common work will play a part over the next few months in strengthening even further the unity and the actions of the Council of Europe while serving the populations of our continent. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Priorities and all these goals. I will now give the floor to the members of the standing committees, and you could put questions to the minister. And I would like to remind you that the time limit for questions is 30 seconds. I will group the questions, and I start with the representatives of the political groups. And so I will first give the floor to Morgan Jensen on behalf of SOC.
Thank you very much, Mrs. President, and thanks also to the Monegasque delegation for a wonderful organization and your hospitality here in Monaco. My question for you, Minister and now President of the Council of Ministers, also as the chair of our Cultural Committee, your ambitious program also on sport is, I think, to be noticed. And I see that you would like to focus on young people and the protection of young people in sport, which is very important. But I would also like to ask you how you see possibilities of strengthening the work of good governance in sport and the respect of human rights and also more transparency. As knowing you been working on this also earlier, I would like to hear your further ambitions on that on behalf of our group. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds, just as a reminder. Maria Mesentseva on behalf of EPP.
Madam Minister, thank you so much for putting in the heart of the Monaco presidency that there is no peace and justice possible without democracy. And of course, my question would be in the line of humanitarian issues. You mentioned a lot the deported children and the issues of the children. We would like to know if it's possible also to put in the priority of Monaco's presidency the issue of the civilians who are taken hostage, who are kept in captivity unlawfully, because we know that the Geneva Conventions are clearly saying civilians can't be taken hostage. Thank you for putting the work of the International Committee of the Red Cross in the heart of it, and we hope that the Monaco can help us release all the civilians captive and bring all illegally deported children back home to Ukraine. Merci.
Thank you very much. I again want to remind you to the 30-second limit. And Scholt Nemeth on behalf of ECPA.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Foreign Minister. I'm grateful for your words. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your address. I would like to express also my gratitude to the Monaco delegation, to Mr. Bricot and Madam Fresco, the excellent organization, and I would like to wish you a successful presidency period. My question, Madam Minister, concerns the Chisinau Foreign Ministerial, which was a real success. And one aspect of that was the proposed plan to adopt a convention against foreign interference. Foreign interference is part of our everyday political life, East and also West. And I believe that for us in the Council of Europe, this is one of the most important challenges we are confronting in the process of creating the new democratic pact. What do you see as a possibility under your presidency relating the Convention against foreign interference? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now on behalf of ALDE, Rian Vogels.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, during Monaco's Council of Europe presidency, momentum has clearly grown for the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, with 36 countries and the European Union now having committed to the initiative. This reflects a widening recognition that accountability for the crime of aggression is essential for upholding the international legal order, as you expressed in your speech. My question is, could you outline how Monaco intends to actively use its presidency to accelerate the political and legal steps needed to establish this tribunal? And in particular, how will Monaco help bridge remaining differences among states on its legal foundation, jurisdiction, and enforcement mechanisms? Thank you for the hospitality on behalf of the ALDE Group, and on a personal level, it's a pleasure to visit your country, your beautiful country, for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I understood correctly, UL does not want to raise a question. That's correct. Then please, Isabel, over to you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The first question had to do with sports. What I want to say first of all, and those of you who took part in the breakfast with Her Serene Highness Princess Charlene will know just how important sport is for us here in the Principality. Something that we set great store by in terms of solidarity and inclusiveness, not only for young people, but all people who reside here in Monaco. And that is why we decided to include sport amongst the priorities of the Principality whilst it holds the presidency of the Committee of Ministers. And it's a great pleasure for us to be hosting the 19th Ministerial Conference of Ministers responsible for sport here in Monaco in November, which will be chaired by our Minister of the Interior, and will talk about safer and healthier sport for children, which will allow us to cover sport as a priority as well as our concerns for children. And on the occasion of that conference, we will be addressing two subjects which strike us as important. First of all, preventing, detecting abuse against children. And secondly, we'll be looking at promoting physical and mental well-being as well as child health, because we know that children and young people enjoy sport and they will only be able to fully thrive in an inclusive and secure participatory environment. We also need to address the issues of integrity in sport, and I'm sure all of those matters will be touched on during the conference. And I would also remind you of the Macolin Convention, which of course is a benchmark for us in this field. But let me assure you that this really will be one of the highlights of the presidency, and I very much hope that we will have high attendance at that ministerial conference. Now, the second question was about civilian hostages. And prisoners of war. It goes without saying we would call for international law to be respected, notably the Geneva Conventions as well as the UN Convention against Torture. Let me make special mention of the plight of children who have been taken from Ukraine. Now, of course, we would seek to protect all children, and protecting the children of Ukraine is also a priority for the Monegasque presidency. Now, this has been the subject of in-depth debate in the Committee of Ministers, and meeting after meeting, we deplore the targeted attacks being waged by the Russian Federation against civilians, civilian infrastructure, particularly against children's homes, maternity hospitals, as well as nurseries and leisure venues. And we are very worried about deaths, injuries, as well as sexual abuse against children. And as you yourself mentioned, the illegal transfer of Ukrainian children by Russian forces and their deportation either to the Russian Federation or to Belarus or to those areas which are temporarily occupied by or under the control of Russian forces. And that is why we need to continue to address these serious violations of their dignity. And we consider all of the crimes against these children deserving of international investigation. There should be no impunity in conformity with international humanitarian law. And accordingly, at the Reykjavik summit, we adopted a declaration on the plight of children in Ukraine. You will also be aware of the fact that there is a Council of Europe advisory group on the children of Ukraine, designed to serve as a bilateral platform for the exchange of information. And I understand that that is working pretty well. And we also have a diplomatic forum on the subject, diplomatic groups which are there to provide psychological support and also to try and deal with the immeasurable suffering of these children along with their families, because I think that we should also be mindful of the suffering of their families. We also have a special envoy under the aegis of the Secretary General on the children of Ukraine, who is working on a whole range of activities to try and guarantee the rights of the children of Ukraine. And then my final point on this subject would be that the Committee of Ministers also very much welcomes the ongoing cooperation between the Council of Europe and the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. And from a national perspective, I can tell you that Monaco recently joined that coalition, something I very much welcome. The third question. I believe was as foreign manipulation. I don't know where the gentleman was. Yes, you're over there, but you were quite right to say, sir, that foreign interference and manipulation of information is one of the most insidious hybrid threats which is now looming into view for our democracies. And you're quite right, this is something that we addressed at the Chisinau summit. And I think that we have to be clear-minded about this, as well as take a holistic view of the problem. And I think that we need to take preventive measures. I think that we need to intervene. We need to reach out to young people. Certainly that's something that we do on a regular basis here in Monaco, because young people today are growing up in a digital environment which is characterized by an overabundance, an excess of information, and all too often they're unable to verify the reliability of that information, can't check facts, so they are a prime target for these manipulation strategies. I therefore think that we really need to be beefing up media education and make sure that we develop a critical mindset amongst our young people and support the kinds of digital ecosystems which are actually responsible. Secondly, I think that we need to have a more comprehensive vision and look more closely at the financial circuits which support this information. So we have organized crime, we have money laundering, we have crypto assets, another emerging phenomenon which can exacerbate the risks of disinformation and foreign interference and media manipulation. So I think we need to focus on the traceability of the illegal flows of funding and make sure we beef up our member states' operational capacities. And that is precisely why, by the way, as part of our presidency, we are planning a conference of ministers of justice in June on the fight against money laundering and organized crime. And that will be an opportunity, I dare say, for us to look more closely at this phenomenon. Something else that we are looking at is the prevention of radicalization, particularly, once again, young people who need to be brought in to this comprehensive and holistic approach. And here, once again, the Principality will be chairing an event on youth radicalization, which will be presented by our Minister of Justice. So the reason I'm saying all of this is to demonstrate that all of these developments show that we need to work together, particularly since the threats are transnational and evolving. And I believe that a number of events and conferences, therefore, will rightfully be devoted to these very issues. Now, when it comes to the Framework Convention, and you're right, this is something that is currently under consideration and something that we looked at the Chisinau summit. We have a committee of experts which has now been appointed by the Committee of Ministers, and that leaves the door open to a framework convention. And I think that what our presidency ought to do over the next 6 months is to continue dialogue with member states to explore the various options which are there on the table. And perhaps, first of all, we need to arrive at a precise definition of this phenomenon of foreign manipulation and interference. So nothing yet on which all member states agree. So once we've found consensus, then I think we can find a way ahead towards regulation. And then on the special tribunal. Perhaps just to come back to the situation of Ukraine and the special tribunal, as your president reminded us earlier this morning, I'm not sure who actually asked the question. I don't remember. Sorry, so I can direct my remarks to you. I think that we really witnessed something historic in Chisinau. Personally, I wasn't expecting quite so many countries to come out in support of the special tribunal at the summit, but as your president has reminded us, 36 states have now expressed their backing for the special tribunal, along with other countries which are not member states of the Council of Europe, something I think we should very much welcome. And I think that we should pay tribute to the Ukrainian people for their admirable resilience and courage and all the efforts by President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people, the remarkable efforts that they have made to defend their nation and to defend their people. Monaco has always reaffirmed its support to the territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence of Ukraine. And in my remarks in Chisinau, I said that it is absolutely crucial that events in the Middle East, which are, of course, a source of great consternation for all of us, should not blind us to the suffering of the people of Ukraine and the need for a rapid resolution of the conflict. We have a resolution and an enlarged partial agreement which were adopted at the Chisinau event, it will require a sufficient number of member states, including the major contributors, so all of the member states will have to ratify the process in accordance with the domestic procedures. And then, secondly, we will need a consolidated budgetary basis. But I can tell you that you can count on the Monegasque presidency to closely monitor the work to set up the special tribunal. And I'd like to pay tribute to the Netherlands for agreeing to host the institution in The Hague. We will be working very closely with them to try and advance as quickly as possible and to expedite the implementation as well as the operation of the special tribunal. There can be no peace without justice, and it is a question of the dignity of the Ukrainian people as well. So you can count on our presidency in that regard.
Matis was the first I could see. Who else wants to take the floor? Please indicate.
Thank you, Madam President. My questions, and of course, I can understand the priorities of Monaco presidency, but allow me to mention something about the hidden population that we have in our member states. And my question is about the cost of energy, the cost of living, the demographic challenges, and what is your thoughts about the homeless and the Roma population? When we talk for the justice for the kids, we have in our countries early marriages in Roma populations, and most of these populations, they don't have any access not only to the justice but to the health systems. And for me, it's very crucial for your priorities about the sports. In this time, we talk to involve in sport as a social inclusion for the kids. It's very expensive, because we have poor families, they don't have the facilities and the opportunity for their children to include not only through sports but also through the culture. For the question is, what do you think about this hidden population, about the social inclusion of them in the time that we have demographic challenges, we have a big cost of living, and of course, the other things as access to water and very expensive energy. Thank you.
Thank you. I will group always three questions, and the next one is Marianne Binder from Switzerland.
Dear Minister, thank you very much for your words. My concern, the arising movements of people, mainly migrants, who violently demand other rights in our democracies and constitutional states. Parallel rights, like, for example, the Sharia, people on our streets shouting, again, Jews in the gas. We know those demonstrations. And my question is, meanwhile, human and women's rights are fading away in other states like Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, other countries. What are we doing here in Europe against these people who are demanding parallel rights, destroying our constitutional state?
Thank you. And the third in this round is Marko Babic from Croatia.
Thank you very much, the Minister. My question is about Mediterranean. Croatia is also a Mediterranean country. How we can collaborate better? Croatia is currently presiding over MED9, which is EU format, but we have Parliamentary Union for Mediterranean and other formats. And I would like also to thank you for the ocean sciences and climate change and how we can deal with climate change. I'm ocean scientist. I've been visiting your museum and institute much before I was in politics, and I would like to thank Grimaldi.
Thank you very much. Dear Madam Minister, over to you and your answers, if you are ready.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. So the first question that was put to me was related to very vulnerable people, homeless people, children, culture, access to sports. Well, I think that human rights are human rights for everyone. What we need to do, therefore, is to bolster our democracies and ensure there's proper social inclusion. Now, of course, when we're talking about social inclusion, this should apply to all populations. Sport is a wonderful vector for social inclusion. Now, we don't always need to have a special infrastructure or facilities to practice sport. And I realized this, in fact, when I went to cooperation countries in Africa. And for instance, if you go to a small village, you just need to have a trainer, an educator, and they can bring children together, and the children are brought together and around the values of sport, even if there is no high-tech facilities as such. So the Principality of Monaco feels very strongly that sport is a vehicle for cohesion and social inclusion. With regard to backsliding in human rights in our societies, you're talking about Sharia, Madam. Now, I think we need to, as I said, strengthen our democracies, which are, of course, becoming more fragile. And we need to strengthen European unity. The Council of Europe has a really crucial role to play here as a sort of guarantor of our shared values. Our shared values are human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And democratic security is ever so important, as Secretary General has been saying. And I think if we refer to this as a key principle, referring to our guiding principles that unite us in the Council of Europe, that we will be able to strengthen our democracies. Now, the third question. That was about the Mediterranean, wasn't it? Thank you ever so much for mentioning our Oceanographic Museum in Monaco. I think that you realize yourself, of course, that Monaco is a country which, through its geography and through its identity, is very much opened out towards the sea. Now, the Mediterranean Sea is our common space, and in Monaco, there are a number of regional organizations. We have the Union for the Mediterranean, and we also host here in Monaco the Secretariat for the Agreement on conservation of the Black Sea, the Mediterranean, and the adjacent ocean, the aquabums is known. We also have the Pelagos Sanctuary, which is a protected area for mammals. And we also host an association called the Met Fund, and it works with a view to creating protected marine spaces. And Monaco has the current presidency, in fact, this association. So the Mediterranean is of paramount importance, and the Principality of Monaco is very committed to preserving the environment, and in particular, preserving the oceans. It's an essential issue for our planet, and the Prince Albert II is unceasingly taking the floor on this within international organizations and speaking out again about this to sound alarm bells about exactly what's happening with regard to the oceans and the seas. I therefore would like to underline that as far as we're concerned in Monaco, of course, it's both a national priority, but it's also an international priority.
I'll take the opportunity that you and the speaker are here for a family photo that will take place in the terrace right outside, and it will be followed by a coffee break we will take a break for 15 minutes. That means that we gather here again 5 minutes past half. So at 11:35, please be on time and gather first for the family picture. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Madam Minister and Mr. Speaker, for your presence. Briefly remind you that the speaking time now for the debates is as follows. The rapporteurs are allowed to have a total of 10 minutes, usually 7 minutes before and 3 minutes after the debate. And the time for any questions of procedure is limited to 30 seconds. Any other interventions are limited to 3 minutes. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, I may please ask you to keep your hands on nameplates up until everything is counted. And if need be, I also can ask you to call a vote by standing up, but that's usually not necessary. So we now come to the examination of new credentials. We have received a number of new ones, which have received a new delegation from Finland, one new delegate, which is contained in document 16406. Are there any objectives in the change of the composition of this delegation? If so, please show me, but it doesn't seem to be like that, so we can accept the credentials of Finland. And we also have some modifications of compositions of committees, which is the next business of our agenda. There are changes in the membership in the committees communicated by the national delegations of Albania, Austria, Finland, and the United Kingdom. In addition, the group of the EPP has nominated a member to the monitoring committees. The changes are set out in documents Commissions 2026-06, Commissions 2026-06 add, and Commissions 2026-07. Can we accept all these changes? We obviously can. That makes me go further to the request for, let me see, yeah. The next item on the agenda is the request under debate under urgent procedure, Rule 35 of the Rules of Procedure. Before we adopt the draft agenda, we need to consider the request for a debate under urgent procedure. The Committee of Rules, Ethics and Immunities made a request for a debate under urgent procedure on restructuring and streamlining the Rules of Procedure. The Bureau, at its meeting held on 24th April yesterday, agreed to recommend the holding of this debate. Are there any objections against these Bureau recommendations? I don't see any, so then we will include that to the agenda, which makes me now to come to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any objectives on the new agenda, including the urgent debate? That's not the case. Then we come to the third part session of the Parliamentary Assembly. At its meeting at the Bureau drew up the draft agenda for the forthcoming Assembly part session, which will be held on 22nd to 26th June 2026. Rule 27.4 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure stipulate that the draft agenda should be submitted where possible to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of this agenda. And I know that Elvira Kovac wants to make a statement. Please, Elvira.
Thank you, dear Petra, dear colleagues. Since we just adopted an agenda and during the next June part session, we will have a report about the elections in Hungary. I would just like to make a short statement since actually an error happened and a mistake, and I want to apologize because I applied to be a part of the mission for the observing elections in Hungary, but since despite the fact that I'm a member of the Serbian delegation and parallel with my Serbian nationality, I also have a Hungarian one, and there was a mistake, but as soon as we figured out, I actually did not observe elections in Bulgaria, but to apologize and to highlight that this rule should be clearer and of course implemented to other colleagues too. Thank you.
Thank you, and as far as I know, you also corrected your conflict of interest.
Yes, declaration of interest, I edited it, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elvira, for making this clear. So we now proceed to agenda point 9. We will continue our meeting with the consideration of the report on updating the Venice Commission's rule of law checklist, a contribution by the Assembly. The rapporteur of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights is Mrs. Arushkia Yulhankia from Armenia, ECPA, and she is there to present her report. It's also a true pleasure to welcome online Mrs. Marta Katabia, the President of the Venice Commission. Mrs. Yulhankian, you have 10 minutes in total, which you could divide for the presentation of your review report now and for the debate later. So with that, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, I am pleased to present my report and to propose that the Assembly endorse the updated rule of law checklist, the latest achievement of the Venice Commission. Since its creation 35 years ago, the Venice Commission has served as a guardian of the rule of law, offering guidance on constitutional reforms, electoral laws, and judicial independence to both new and established democracies. Let me also add that the Assembly is proud to be among the Venice Commission's closest and most active partners. This is not by chance. It reflects our shared conviction that the rule of law is fundamental to democracy. To fully appreciate the significance of this updated checklist, we should look back at how this instrument came into being. The journey began in 2007. When the Assembly invited the Venice Commission to reflect in depth on the concepts of the rule of law and the preeminence of law. This led to a comprehensive rule of law report adopted by the Venice Commission in 2011. A central objective of that report was to clear up the differences between the true rule of law and mere rule by law, demonstrating that the rule of law is a specific legal concept with concrete standards and safeguards, not just a vague political slogan. Building upon this and working closely with the Assembly, the Venice Commission adopted the original rule of law checklist in March 2016. The Assembly endorsed this tool, recognizing a broad consensus on its core elements: legality, legal certainty, the prohibition of arbitrariness, access to justice, respect for human rights, non-discrimination, and equality before the law. The checklist was designed to be regularly updated. Indeed, the concept of the rule of law is not a rigid or static formula. It must adapt to face new challenges without losing sight of its core principles. The Assembly is proud to have been an active partner in this process, not merely a passive user. Our Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights engaged early, holding a hearing in September 2024 with the Honorary President of the Venice Commission and the Chair of the Subcommission on the Rule of Law. In March 2025, my predecessor as rapporteur, Ms. Clotilda Bușca, presented an introductory memorandum that was submitted to the Venice Commission as the Assembly's preliminary contribution to the update. I am pleased to see that many of the key proposals submitted by the Assembly are fully reflected in the final text of the updated checklist. The update addresses contemporary challenges that did not exist with the same intensity a decade ago. A major achievement of this revision is the practical integration of the impact of new technologies and artificial intelligence across all benchmarks. We have insisted that digital transformation, including the deployment of algorithmic systems in public administration, law enforcement, and the justice sector, must remain transparent, governed by clear legal basis, non-discriminatory, explainable, and accountable. Under legal certainty, AI systems must satisfy strict standards of reliability, cybersecurity, and auditability. For the prevention of abuse of power, there must be clear explainability and a distinct allocation of responsibility between public and private sectors so that citizens can effectively challenge algorithmic decisions. Furthermore, the update explicitly extends rule of law guarantees to private actors who perform public tasks or hold dominant positions that heavily impact citizens. Another critical dimension proposed by the Assembly and adopted by the Venice Commission concerns the restoration of the rule of law after a period of regression or backsliding. Recent experience has shown that democratic backsliding is often a methodical process where autocrats intentionally dismantle checks and balances, frequently targeting the independence of the judiciary, oversight institutions, and public broadcasters. In response, the updated checklist frames the restoration of the rule of law as a holistic endeavor that must itself strictly adhere to rule of law standards. It seeks to balance the pressing need to re-establish independent adjudication with respect for core principles, including legal certainty, res judicata, and the irremovability of judges. It warns that radical steps require careful scrutiny to avoid undermining the very objectives they pursue. To build long-term societal resilience against backsliding, the checklist underlines the vital importance of legal and civic education, academic freedom, and professional training for public officials. These updates were directly inspired by real-life episodes of rule of law backsliding and regression observed within several member states since 2016. We have witnessed increasing attacks on judicial independence, non-compliance with the rulings of constitutional and international courts, and the gradual weakening of oversight mechanisms and civic space. A deeply worrying trend is the rhetoric where representatives of governments use the concept of the will of the people as an unacceptable excuse to refuse compliance with binding court decisions. This domestic disregard for legal obligations frequently mirrors a contempt for the international rule of law. It is precisely these systematic weaknesses that justify the Venice Commission's decision to raise checks and balances and constitutional review to the rank of self-standing, independent benchmarks within the updated framework. The checks and balances benchmark now explicitly demands the constitutional separation of powers, loyal cooperation, protection of parliamentary minorities, and robust legal protections for civil society, independent media, whistleblowers, and independent institutions, such as ombudspersons. Similarly, the self-standing constitutional review benchmark affirms the absolute binding force of constitutional court decisions, emphasizing their role in a democratic society governed by the rule of law. The draft resolution before you expresses the Assembly's appreciation for a continuous, high-quality contributions of the Venice Commission and for the excellent cooperation we have shared for over 3 decades. The updated rule of law checklist arrives at a time when the rules-based international order faces unprecedented geopolitical challenges. Yet we also see powerful momentum as citizens across Europe are demonstrating their deep attachment to democratic foundations. The draft resolution proposes that the Assembly formally endorse this updated checklist as a crucial, uniform, and practicable benchmark. We undertake to apply it systematically in our country-specific monitoring procedures, election observation follow-ups, and thematic reports. Furthermore, we call upon member and observer states to integrate it into their domestic legislative processes, to carry out periodic self-assessments, and to facilitate its translation so that these principles become more accessible. By promoting these universal standards, we can ensure that technology, private power, and institutional reforms remain fully subject to the law, thereby reinforcing democratic security and rebuilding our citizens' trust in democratic institutions. This is a political commitment that defines the kind of Europe and democracies we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the work you invested in this report, also for taking over. And now it's my pleasure to turn to our online guest, the President of the Venice Commission, dear President. Dear Marta, I hope you can hear and see us. Yeah, here you are. Wonderful. Marta is a professor of constitutional law by profession. You also served as Minister of Justice of Italy before being the first woman to hold the office of the President of the Italian Constitutional Court, having been also a judge to the Constitutional Court for 9 years. I had the privilege to be present at your election as President of the Venice Commission last December. As the Parliamentary Assembly, as the rapporteur already mentioned, we truly appreciate the close cooperation with the Venice Commission and its continuous high-quality contribution to the Assembly's work through its options and reports. For 36 years now, the Venice Commission has been an indispensable guardian of the rule of law in Europe and far beyond, up to Japan and other countries. And it has provided guidance on constitutional reforms, electoral law, and juridical independence to both new and established democracies, helping to define the principles essential to a democratic system governed by the rule of law. It's my great pleasure to give you the floor in the framework of the debate on the update of the Venice Commission Rule of Law checklist. Marta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear Madam President, dear Petra, dear Mr. Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, the Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly. I regret very much not being with you today, but it is a great occasion for me to share some thought about the updated Venice Commission Rule of Law checklist. In her speech, Ms. Julhakian already spoke of the excellent cooperation we have shared over the 3 decades now. I see our debate here today as yet another milestone in this strong cooperation. The synergies that the 2 our bodies have built are significant and promise a bright future ahead. Before delving a little bit more into the details of the updated Rule of Law checklist, please allow me to say a few words about this cooperation. The Assembly is the Council of Europe's most active body in requesting legal opinions from the Venice Commission. For 3 opinions requested by the states, 1 opinion is requested by the Assembly. In 2025 alone, the Venice Commission adopted 10 opinions and 1 report at the request of the Assembly involving countries such as France, Georgia, Hungary, Romania, Slovak Republic, and they all raise key questions for democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. Requests come from the Assembly's President, committee chairs, including your committee, of course, or through the Assembly's regular monitoring procedures, showcasing the breadth of our cooperation. This year, we have endorsed an urgent opinion on Poland at the request of the Monitoring Committee of the Assembly, as well as reports on freedom of expression during electoral campaigns, and on the case law of constitutional and Supreme Courts and international tribunals on violent pornography. In June, we will examine again, at the request of the President of the Assembly, a new report on the legal framework for prosecuting members of governments. I cannot overstate the importance of this request, and let me highlight a few points. First, the Assembly's requests introduce countries, especially those that are less inclined to address the Venice Commission, to our methods, often prompting their authorities to eventually seek our advice directly. Second, the Assembly's requests enable the Commission to provide opinions on laws even when local authorities have not asked our advice, providing crucial independent input for debates at the national level. Third, the Assembly's requests always intercept new and upcoming challenges relevant in multiple member states. For example, a recent report clarified under what conditions constitutional courts may annul election results, a subject increasingly relevant given worries about foreign interference, especially during the electoral campaigns. Another relevant case, another example, opinions on Poland's restoration on the rule of law have similarly offered guidance with wider application across Europe. Fourth, the Assembly requests help identify problematic legislation at an early stage, warning other nations against similar pitfalls. Our work on foreign agents legislation is one such example. But what happens when advice is sought and recommendations are made? How can we ensure that this work has an impact at the level of our member states? Indeed, the Venice Commission's opinions are not legally binding. The Commission's impact cannot and should not be measured in terms of immediate results only. Its influence extends beyond legislative changes and is evident in the evolution of national debates, media, academia, and case law. Not only power, but authority, not potestas, sed auctoritas, a great persuasive force based on expertise, independence, dialogue, among other things. Our recommendations are not binding, and ultimately it's national authorities' responsibility to implement them. But over the years, we have learned that strong, independent, and persuasive opinions can help reshaping the political ecosystem. To maximize impact, the Venice Commission has increased its follow-up activities, often at the Assembly's request. One of the hearings we, for example, participated in the one organized by your committee on the regulation of spyware with respect on human rights, then the Assembly's follow-up on our recommendation demonstrates our partnership's strategic importance. Moreover, our strength is amplified when the Assembly, like other institutions, refer to our work. Today, 15 documents of the Assembly refer to 24 specific Venice Commission opinions and to general reports. Ladies and gentlemen, today our shared values are being challenged and questioned in ways that we could never have expected. In order to remain an anchor of democracy through law, amid rapid changes and unfavorable geopolitical circumstances, we must strengthen our cooperation and we must continue to revisit, adapt, and update our guiding tests, such as the rule of law checklist. This will enable us to address emerging complex topics and offer reliable advice based on sound principles. For this reason, an updated version of the rule of law checklist was adopted last December and was endorsed by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe in Chisinau last week. I was very happy to know that the proposal of the Assembly is to formally endorse the updated rule of law checklist. The Assembly's contribution has been particularly important to this process, and I would like to thank your committee and Ms. Julhakian for your work on this. As is already highlighted, many of your insights have been incorporated in the updated rule of law checklist. It is quite fitting that Resolution 1594 of the Assembly on the principle of the rule of law adopted back in 2007 formed the background of the Venice Commission first report on the rule of law 2011, on the basis of which the report on the rule of law checklist was first adopted, the first edition of the checklist in 2016, and over the years it has guided the Commission's work, being cited in judgment of the European Court of Human Rights and influenced on reports and resolution of your Assembly as well as the EU rule of law monitoring. As Ms. Julakian also indicated, clearly the rule of law is much more than a slogan. It has a precise and practical implication. From the start, the checklist was envisioned as a living instrument to be updated as standards and challenges evolve. This accelerated following the Reykjavik summit in May 2023. After extensive consultations, seminars, and plenary debates, we adopted the updated rule of law checklist December 2025. Ms. Julakian already highlighted several key changes of the updated rule of law checklist, in particular those related to contemporary challenges, such as the impact of new technologies and the growing influence of private actors, which since 2016 have transformed the rule of law landscape. And of course, the special section on restoration of the rule of law, which highlights the careful approach needed to rebuild public trust without undermining the legal order. I cannot but concur with her words in this respect. I would like just to say a few more words about the two additional benchmarks that have been included in the new checklist: checks and balances and constitutional review. As Ms. Julakian rightly said, they are inspired by the rule of law backsliding we have seen in several members after 2016. I would like to emphasize that they are not new as such. They were already mentioned in the previous version of the checklist, but they are now raised to the level of independent benchmarks, as they have proven to be of crucial importance in defending the rule of law. The benchmark checks and balances not only addresses institutional separation of powers, but also underscores the need for strong institution independent majority rule, such as constitutional court and ombudsman, and for a vibrant civic space. Constitutional review is also presented as a standalone benchmark, since in most countries it is an essential guardrail to counter majorities' abuse. The updated checklist does not suggest a specific model of constitutional review, indeed, but it clearly supports constitutional supremacy as a foundation of democracy and protection of rights. As a final point, let me draw your attention on the fact that the updated rule of law checklist underlines the vital role of civic education on the rule of law. This is something close to my heart in a world that seems to be increasingly ruled by force. Defending the force of rules is something that concerns us all. The updated checklist underlines that if the rule of law is to thrive and resist backsliding, formal norms must be complemented by a supportive legal and political culture. To help the principle of the rule of law checklist be brought to life beyond the legal circles, the Venice Commission has launched the Rule of Law, a user guide campaign which translates complex ideas into accessible visuals and text. We will now update this campaign to align with the updated checklist and make this available in all languages of the Council of Europe and beyond. I very much hope that this is also to use of each of you in your constituencies. Madam President, distinguished members of the assemblies, our close cooperation draws strength from our complementary roles. Your political mandate and our technical expertise combined in service to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you all for what you have done together and so far for our partnership. And I look forward to continuing and strengthening our partnership, be in the context of the rule of law or other matters of shared concern. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marta, for your contribution. And indeed, we value the checklist as a very hands-on tool also for our constituencies and for our national work to really check whether the rule of law is in order and what in concrete we can do. And let me also mention that one of the opinions of the Venice Commission we asked for recently was the one on violent pornography, and it will be included in a report both in the resolution but also in the explanatory memorandum of Laura Castel, which we have on the agenda in our June part session. So with that, I want to ask you, dear colleagues, whether there is anybody who would like to take the floor on this report, on the checklist on rule of law. Obviously, everything is very clear and very... no, Antonio, please.
Thank you, Madam President.
In the back. It's just yours that doesn't work. It's always the same. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I have had the honor of attending the Venice Commission plenary section for the last 2 years, and I just want to thank Marta and Simona and the rest of the teams for the great work they do. I had the opportunity to learn about the close ties between the Venice Commission and our Assembly. Your reports, resolutions, and recommendations are very professional, but overall I learned that the main goal of the Venice Commission is to help to advance standards of democracy, rule of law, and human rights. Even as sometimes, the government don't like so much, but that's the way it is, and I think you do very well in this case. And finally, as I know, Marta, that your Spanish is so good right now, muchas felicidades, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias también. Are there any others who would like to take the floor? Please.
Yes, thank you very much. Merci, Madame la Rapporteure.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Rapporteur. Thank you for the very detailed report you presented to us. Of course, it is right and proper for the Venice Commission checklist to be a document that evolves as well. We didn't think, however, that they should take on board regressive situations, and we certainly would have thought that a few years ago, in fact, in any case. And this, in particular, in democratic regimes that are quite well established. It's also right and proper to take on board traditional national contexts, and it is, of course, very clear that we need to have checks and balances in countries, and we have the proper constitutional system as well. But given the current events that we are experiencing today, it is very unfortunate that we also have to take on board new realities, and I think we need to remain vigilant. And fortunately, the Council of Europe has equipped us with the instruments to do this, which are well adapted, and the different criteria that's needed to, as I said, take on board the new situation and new changes, be they technological, technical, political, methodological. Thank you ever so much once again for this report, and thank you to the rapporteur.
Thank you very much, Madame Moder. Are there any Any others who would like to take the floor? Then before I hand over to the rapporteur, I want to ask Marta, would you like to reply to anything what was said now, or is it everything fine?
No, everything is fine. Just wanted to say another time and my thanks to your work, to our cooperation, and also to the kind words that have been mentioned. Indeed, it's much better to prevent the rule of law backsliding than address the recovery of the rule of law. So I very much encourage all of you and all of us to do all what is in our possibility to resist before backsliding, because it is not an easy task. And we are looking at that in Poland and possibly in Hungary, how to restore what has been damaged. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers list, and I call on the rapporteur, Mrs. Julha-Khan, to reply. You have maximum 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. Thank you for this discussion, and I also want to thank the President of Venice Commission for her intervention and for presenting the details of our cooperation. Summing up the discussion, I once again want to express my hope that you will vote for the resolution and recommendation, and that you will integrate the rule of law checklist in your domestic legislative framework and processes. The rule of law is the foundation of our organization and of democracy in general, and each of us has a share of responsibility in preserving the foundations of our organization and thereby strengthening the democracy. Thank you again for your attention and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. So we come to the vote now. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights presented a draft resolution to which no amendments had been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16402. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. So may I ask all those who are in favor of this resolution to show me your hands or nameplates? And keep it up for a while, because it needs to be counted. Thank you very much. And now those who are against it. I don't see anybody. Is anybody who wants to abstain? That's also not the case, so the resolution is unanimously adopted. My congratulations to the rapporteur and to the committee. And thank you very much, Marta, for being with us. Greetings to Italy, and hope to see you soon. All the best for you. And now I will interrupt the meeting for the lunch break. I invite you to enjoy the lunch, which will be served at restaurant Moose by the beach. We have now 1.5 hours for lunch break. We are half an hour early. That means that we already meet at 2 o'clock again instead of 2:30. So please enjoy your lunch and see you back in at 2 o'clock here in the room. The meeting is adjourned. we decided to hold a debate on the urgent procedure, streamlining the rules of procedure. There is an echo. I first will give the floor to the rapporteur of the Committee on Rules, Ethnic and Immunities, Mr. Konstantinos Efstathiou, to present his report. But before I do so, let me mention a few words about Kostis, as we call him. At today's standing committee, Kostis is making one of his last occasions, is one of his last occasions to be with us. Konstantinos has been such a figure in the work of the Assembly that it is only proper for me to say a few words of you. Konstantinos has been a member of the Parliamentary Assembly for a decade, since 2016. Moreover, he has been an exceptionally active and committed member in the work of the Assembly. Konstantinos has fulfilled a great many roles within the Assembly, with particularly energy and commitment to the field of human rights, cultural cooperation, the rule of law, and the work of the European Court of Human Rights. 3 chairmanships of committees and subcommittees. To mention, he was chairperson of the Committee on Rules, Ethnic and Immunities from 2025 to 2026, chairperson of the subcommittee on the implementation of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights in 2025, and chairperson of the subcommittee on culture, diversity and heritage from 2021 to 23. He had 5 vice chairmanships of committees and subcommittees, and above all, many very significant reports of the Assembly. I won't name them all. For example, these include implementation of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, allegations of systemic torture and inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment in places of detention in Europe, transnational repression, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on education and culture, the role of education in the digital era, as well as, of course, 2 reports on our agenda today, restructuring and streamlining of the rules of procedure of the Assembly and journalism in the context of the Israeli-Gaza conflict. In all his work, Kostis has not only been a champion for the values of the Council of Europe, of democracy, rule of law and human rights, he has also been an exemplar of parliamentary dialogue, which is at the heart of his work here in the Parliamentary Assembly. Many people here consider Kostis as a friend, and Kostis, you really will be missed here. Thank you very much for all your work you have done and for your commitment that you have shown with us. And indeed, we will miss you. But nevertheless, the floor is yours now.
Well, thank you for the very best words I ever heard about me, and you are very kind of exaggerating what I have done, but it was an honor and it was a privilege for me to deal with Parliamentary Assembly and having all these fantastic colleagues next to me. Thank you very much. And
you have 7 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. And I go to the main topic we have. It is now 25 years since 1999 that the Assembly last undertook a general revision of its rules of procedure to ensure the structure and drafting style is coherent and easy to use. This project is thus long overdue and has been called for a number of recent resolutions of the Assembly, including the reports prepared by Mrs. Shu and Frank Schwabe. When the Bureau and the Rules of Committee defined the scope of this project, it was agreed that material changes to the procedural rules were outside the scope of this work. Instead, the mandate for this report is to revisit the structure and drafting of the rules to ensure that they are clear and coherent. To undertake this work, multiple consultations have been taken to seek ideas for improving the clarity, accessibility and readability of Assembly's rules. The revised rules are structured in 4 parts. First part is the basic principles of the Assembly, which group together the essential principles and competencies of the Assembly, which are currently found across multiple other documents, such as the Statute of the General Agreement on Privileges and Immunities. The second part is rules and functioning of the Assembly, which cover the main rules of procedure relevant to Assembly business, but would omit technical modalities and details which would be for the complementary text. The third part deals with the rules on the functioning of committees, which would cover the rules of procedure relevant to committees, so they are contained together in one coherent set of rules. And finally, the fourth one deals with the Code of Conduct, which would be a revised version of the Code of Conduct, fully integrated as a part of the rules, as required following the Schwab report. The drafting style has also been more user-friendly, notably by headers and sub-headers, which are included to make the rules easier to use. Secondly, some terms are defined to make the text easier to read. The language has been updated in line with the Council of Europe official style guide, and where possible, footnotes and cross-references have been removed to make the text easier to read, and relevant information incorporated to the text or through a hyperlink. The revised rules contained in appendix to the draft resolution follow the structure and drafting style, and are the result of all the exchanges and consultations set out above. They do not substantively change the procedural rules. I thank all those who have been involved in consultations and discussions on drafting approaches as part of this work. As for previous similar revisions of the rules, such as that in 1999, substantive procedural changes are out of scope, and the entire revised package contained in the appendix to the resolution needs to be adopted as a whole. In order to assist members to understand where provisions of rules have moved to the Rules Committee, has agreed and declassified an information note that sets out the committee's approach on this project and contains 2 appendices containing transposition tables. The first shows the source for all the revised rules. The second appendix shows where the former rules can be found within the revised rules. In this way, it is possible to track the location of the rules in the revised rule book, and this has been declassified to promote transparency. Part of this project has involved shortening the rules to remove matters relating more to modalities or administrative matters, and these matters will be contained in complementary text. The work will therefore need to continue for a second phase as part of this project by restructuring and stemming the complementary text to make them more accessible, transparent, and coherent. This will ensure a coherent and consistent approach for all the Assembly's rules. Finally, before I finish, I would like to stress out that the extremely good work and elaborated work of Mrs. Hadjivasiliou, Mrs. Hourigan, and all the fantastic team behind them, which made this task easy to understand and to work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kostis. I just want 2 remarks. First of all, everybody who once worked on the rules of procedure knows about the fight against the footnotes. I remember very well when we introduced the gender quota we have now. I had sleepless nights how to get rid of the footnotes that were necessary. And second, Despina estimates that our rules of procedure will shrink about 1 centimeter, so it will be much more accessible and much more easier to read and to understand. So with that, I now open the debate, and first I will give the floor to the representatives of the political groups. You have 3 minutes each, and Morgens Jensen is the first one on behalf of the SOC group.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and also from me and us, thanks, Kostis, for the very hard work you, together with the team behind this report has put into restructuring and streamlining our rules of procedure. And I think and that's not only this organization, but all organizations, when you begin talking about rules and procedures, it sounds very, and it is very technical, and maybe also for some very boring work. But we have to remember that this is the core rules or the core mechanisms on how we work, and if we didn't have these rules of procedures, I think our work would be very hard. It is a total fundament for our ability to work effectively. And as it has been said, these rules are 27 years old, and a lot have been added, and I'm very relieved that we will now have 1 centimeter less in thickness to carry around if we don't have it electronically. So it's been needed, this work. And I also think when you go through the text, really, it has become much more simple and also much more user-friendly. And of course, it has been a great advantage with a rapporteur who have a long-standing history in this organization. I know you since you entered the Parliament, Kostis, also in the Culture Committee, where you've been doing a very great job, but we'll come to that later. So thank you very much also for this very fine and needed report. We are looking forward to use it now as a new tool in our basic toolbox. So we, of course, support it with great pleasure.
Thank you very much. And Sergei Vlasenko on behalf of EPP.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Despite the fact that Kostis belongs to the Socialist Group, I would like to congratulate him on the name of EPP. And yes, we will miss you really, Kostis. You are a good friend, you are a brilliant politician, and we will really miss you here in the Assembly. I also would like to thank to Eli Harrigan and other members of the Secretariat of the Rules Committee, and a special thanks to Despina Hatzivasiliou, who was the leader of that and the ideologist of the changes of the rules. And by the way, Madam President, yesterday during the Rules Committee, I never saw so many members. And in the scope of your report, how to improve the participation of the members in the committee meetings, it seems I know the answer. we should organize just the May committees in Monaco, or in Spain, or somewhere on Greece islands, and the Christmas, I mean the December committees in Vienna or in Norway, and you will see how participation will grow. Yes. It was already mentioned that we didn't touch and we didn't amend the rules. We just made it more structural and more helpful for the members to use. I see the only negative in that. We should forget the old numbers of the paragraphs, and we should learn a new numbers of the paragraphs, just talking about the rules in the Assembly. But I would also like to say that as an EPP group, we are supporting that and we will vote in favor. Thank you very much, Kostis. Hope to see you in Cyprus sometime. And thank you.
Thank you. And indeed, we should consider a new idea behind how to rotate among the countries. Good point. So next is Elisabetta Gardini on behalf of ECPA. Not Martin Kaff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak in German.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take the floor with regard to this and thank the rapporteur. I'd like to thank for everything that's been done. I'd like to thank everyone who's played a part in this. It's been quite a long process, in fact, and we now have a result. I think that we have rules of procedure which can only be really successful if the overwhelming majority of people have played a part and agreed with this. And I think what we have at the end is something that has dealt with a number of difficult issues which can prove to be controversial. It's all about how you interpret the different rules. And I think the rules of procedure have a very important role to play. So we've taken some steps in the right direction here. I'd like very much to thank, as I said, everyone who played a part in this. And we'll be happy, I think, to support this draft. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for your comments. Madam President, colleagues, first of all, I'd like to thank ever so much the rapporteur, Mr. Konstantinos Astassiou, for this outstanding work done and this high-quality report that's been presented to us with regard to the restructuring and the simplification of the Parliamentary Assembly's rules of procedure. The ALDE Group fully endorses this report because it does meet a real and concrete need of updating our parliamentary workings. The Assembly's rules of procedure represent a fundamental text, and they supervise our work, our procedures, and guarantee compliance with democratic principles with this institution. But to be fully efficient and effective, they need to be very clear, coherent, and easy to use. Since the last revision in 1999, a number of amendments and additional texts have been added to the rules of procedure. And over the time, our procedural framework has become far more complex, far more unwieldy, and sometimes quite difficult to consult and understand. So this approach that's been suggested today is very much welcomed, and it's practical as well. The main aim of this report is not to deeply modify our rules, but simply to restructure them and to simplify them, to make the rules of procedure much more easier to read and understand and more suited to the way in which the Parliamentary Assembly currently works. I'd like to pay tribute to this new structure that's been suggested around four different parts. First of all, the fundamental principles of the Assembly and the rules of operation and the rules applicable to committees, and finally, the code of conduct for members. This new structure, I think, will bring far more clarity and will also facilitate the work of parliamentarians, the Secretariat, and new members of our Assembly. This simplification does indeed constitute a real democratic issue because it's going to strengthen the transparency of our workings. It will guarantee far better equality between members and will improve and boost the coherence and the legal certainty of our procedures. At a time when parliamentary institutions are sometimes being called into question, I think it's our responsibility to ensure that our workings are more transparent and more understandable. Updating our rules of procedure does not mean we're weakening our rules. Quite the opposite. It will enable us to strengthen the efficiency of our procedures and the credibility of our Assembly as a whole, and the trust in our democratic institutions. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Nobody would like to speak, and before I give the floor to every member of the Standing Committee, I also want to mention that Mrs. Tanja Kleinsorger also worked a lot on the rules last year, or the last years before she moved to the Migration Committee as head of the Secretariat there. So is there a request for the floor of somebody else? This is obviously not the case. So the list of speakers is closed. Kostis, would you like to make some conclusions?
Thank you for the nice words again of my colleagues, and yes, I think that these rules may give the possibility of the Parliamentary Assembly to proceed with complementary text on technical issues, something which will be done in the future, having the experience as a guide. And I think today we go a step forward towards more transparency and more easy, accessible for the rules for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that also Mr. Bricco, the chair of the Rules Committee, wants to take the floor. Please, Christoph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to extend my thank you to the rapporteur, which happened to be a former chair of the Rules Committee, and a very fair one, I would add. And dear Kostis, I will miss your friendly, cheerful, and nice personality personally. So thank you for your work. And of course, thank you for the work of the team that did this colossal work full of tiny details. Because no one, I think, apprehends the fact that when you do this work, you have to make sure that everything connects with everything. And it's huge. So thank you all for your work. This report has been adopted unanimously within the committee, but I'm happy to hear that it's also unanimous within the standing committee. So everybody agrees. And to use a word for the youngs, I would say it creates rules which are more user-friendly, more dedicated towards the users and less towards the one who sought them. So thank you again for the work. Thank you for all the members of the committee for supporting this report, and thank you again, Kostis, for all your work.
And as we are all users, we are all happy with that. So the debate is closed. We come to the vote on the draft resolution in document 16409. A simple majority is required. The Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which no amendment have been tabled. We will now proceed to the vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16409. I already mentioned that the simple majority is required. Those in favor, please show your hands or your name tags and keep them up. Thank you very much. Who is against? Who abstains? Then the resolution is unanimously adopted. I congratulate both the rapporteur and the committee. And we have good rules now. So thank you very much for this. Now we come to the consideration of the report on journalism in the context of the Israel-Gaza conflict. The rapporteur on the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media, Mr. Kostis Evstatinou from Cyprus, will present his report, and then we will give the floor to the rapporteur for opinion on the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, Mrs. Lise Selnes from Norway. Kostis, you have 7 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. As you already know, at least 220 journalists have been killed by the Israeli army in Gaza since the launch of their military campaign. This would include at least 3 journalists killed in January 2026 after the October 2025 ceasefire. At least 68 of these journalists would have been targeted or killed in the course of carrying out their work, according to RSF information. Also, since 7 October 2023, Israeli airstrikes have destroyed most telecommunications and media infrastructure, and the humanitarian economic situation has greatly deteriorated, which impacts directly on the work of local journalists. Let me give only the latest examples of local journalists targeted and killed by the Israeli army. Mohammed Washach, an Al Jazeera journalist, and Amal El Shamali, a freelance journalist, were both killed in drone attacks on 8th of April 2026 and 9th of March 2026, respectively. Before that, on 21st of January 2026, 3 journalists identified as Anas Gneim, Mohammed Salah Kashta, and Abdul Rauf Sharf were killed in an airstrike on their vehicle whilst they were filming an Al Jazeera, a camp set by the Egyptians for displaced people. According to the Israeli army, it had struck 3 suspects operating a drone in the area. Remember, these are cases of journalists killed after the ceasefire. The IDF denies accusations of deliberately targeting and killing journalists. It states that it directs its strikes only towards military targets and military operatives, and does not target civilian objects and civilians, including media organizations and journalists as such. In that regard, IDF has released documents which purport to reveal the involvement of Al Jazeera, I cited, journalists or terrorist operatives, and indicate close cooperation between Hamas and the network. Al Jazeera refutes these claims. International press associations do not consider them to be substantiated. We should also not forget the press freedom violations by Hamas have been rampant and vastly underreported, mostly for fear of reprisal, as Hamas is known for violently targeting and killing its critics. This is, in a nutshell, the dramatic situation of local journalists in the Gaza Strip, together with the people of Gaza Strip. And I say local journalists because these are the only ones available, and this is because Israel does not allow international journalists to enter Gaza for reporting purposes. There is therefore a vicious circle. Being locals, the journalists are easily considered terrorists, and no one is allowed to enter Gaza. This prohibition has not changed even after the ceasefire was agreed between Israel and Hamas as part of Donald Trump's peace plan. Indeed, on 28th of January 2026, the Israeli Supreme Court postponed yet again a ruling on a petition of the Foreign Press Association, FPA, for free independent press access to Gaza. The final deadline initially set for the 21st of March has been postponed again to the 24th of May. We hope that no further postponement will be given. In that regard, the FPA, together with the Committee of Protect Journalists, the Union of Journalists in Israel, and Reporters Without Borders, have filed on the 13th of April an emergency motion on the Israeli Supreme Court asking the justices to expedite a decision on allowing the international media to enter Gaza. According to these organizations, the reasons given for these delays are no longer relevant. There are no more hostages in Gaza, unfortunately. Most of them were assassinated. There is a long-standing, although fragile and unstable, ceasefire in place. There are no substantiated or specific threats against journalists, and journalists pose no threat to Israeli troops. And the most recent excuse, the war in Iran, was never relevant. In order to help solve these problems, I have made a number of proposals in my report. Israel must immediately refrain from targeting journalists and their families in addition to civilians. It must carry out full independent investigations into all killings of journalists in Gaza, make public the conclusions, and take any steps necessary to punish those responsible and provide the redress. It must allow access to the Gaza Strip to local and foreign journalists, as well as international organizations responsible for providing information on carrying out investigations and facilitate their work in safe conditions. In this regard, the International Criminal Court must investigate the alleged war crimes committed by the Israeli army against journalists in Gaza and the crimes committed by Hamas against Israeli journalists on the attacks on the 7th of October 2023. For their part, member states must support the request by international press associations for the immediate granting of free and safe access of international media to Gaza, so that the situation on the ground can be observed and reported. Maintain pressure on Israel to ensure a thorough and partial investigation into all violations against journalists during the Israel-Gaza conflict. Plead for and facilitate the evacuation of Palestinian journalists of their families from Gaza where it is needed for their immediate protection, and provide them with psychological and material support. I hope that this text will meet your approval, and I thank you for your attention and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kostis. Mrs. Sellers, you have 3 minutes to present the opinion.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, Last week, Nakba Day was commemorated, marking events surrounding the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The discourse that surrounded this in print media and online once again demonstrated how deeply contested historical narratives remain in the Middle East. Competing interpretations of both past and present events continue to shape political identities, public opinion, and prospect for dialogue across the region. Against this backdrop, the current conflict in Gaza underlines the crucial importance of independent journalism and access to reliable information. The ability of journalists to report freely and independently shapes how events will later be understood, interpreted, and remembered. In the Assembly, we have frequently noted that the struggle for credible information has become more important than ever. Access to reliable information, transparency, and accountability are essential conditions for meaningful dialogue, for rebuilding trust between communities, and ultimately for the prospects of a just and lasting peace. I therefore want to thank the rapporteur, Kostis, for his report and for the focus he has rightly given to the targeting and killing of journalists in Gaza, and to the restriction on media access. The opinion presented by the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy seeks to bring the perspective of this committee's work on the Middle East, including in our subcommittee on the Middle East and the Arab world. The committee proposes three political principal contributions. First, re-emphasizing that freedom of expression and independent journalism are essential democratic principles. Second, underlining that restrictions on media access risk creating an information vacuum in which disinformation and polarization flourish. Third, connecting the resolution with the Assembly's broader work on media freedom, democratic safeguards, and sustainable peace in the Middle East. To this end, the committee recalls the Assembly's long-standing commitment to the protection and safety of journalists and draws attention to its commemoration, Victory for Victoria. Finally, the committee reaffirms the Assembly's support for a peaceful, just, and sustainable future for Israelis and Palestinians based on the two-state solution in full respect of international law. Colleagues, impunity for attacks against journalists undermines prospects for a future peace, for reconciliation, for stability. Transparency and accountability are indispensable for both justice and for strengthening the conditions for peace. Upholding these principles remains essential if trust and dialogue are to prevail over division and conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody wish the floor? We don't have speakers on behalf of the group in this setting now. Saskia.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the reporter and thank for the time to say something. This was a motion I moved last year after an event we organized with both Palestinian and Israeli journalists. And it's very important that we consider that the push against journalists is not only within Gaza, it's in the broader region, but it's especially also going on Israeli journalists within the State of Israel. The freedom of speech is grounded and funded by the freedom of press, and it's not only important in the democratic strength of our nations, but it is also of greatest importance of finding out war crimes, genocide, or possible ethnic cleansing. And the attack on journalists cannot be seen apart from this, especially in times of conflict. Kostis already mentioned the enormous numbers of journalists have died, the dozens of attacks directly to journalists, and also the double attacks where journalists come to a certain action and then are attacked. This gave rise to a whole new line of journalism, the social media journalism, who brought direct images of the suffering of Palestinian people and the fight of Israeli people against the ongoing violence within Gaza very clearly to households in the whole of Europe. We had Bisan Uda, she spoke at our side event last year. She's one of the social media journalists who illustrates the life under the conflict in Gaza. The intimidation on journalists within Israel constitute not only financial threatening legislation, but also the threat of jail sentences when facts that are published in articles are used by the ICC and the ICG. So this has clearly a very chilling effect on the journalists within Israel, and they also expressed that at the event. They are also substitute to violent speech from and intimidating speech from politicians from the Knesset. So I'm very happy with the clear stand that the report takes for the journalists, because the people who work, both the new social media journalists and old-fashioned local journalists and the international journalists who try to get a clear image of what's going on, it's very, very difficult to work. And I want to ask the organization, we are doing it here at the standing committee, but maybe we can use our communication instruments to let known what we have decided today, or will decide hopefully today here. So we will support all those people who do this very difficult job in very difficult circumstances. Because I think, as Kostis clearly said, accountability is of the utmost importance to protect everybody who's working there, and we should fully support press freedom in the Middle East.
Thank you. Usually there is a report also on the decisions we have taken as a standing committee, as at the plenary as well. The next on my list, also with 3 minutes, is Mr. Antonio Gutierrez Limones.
Thank you, Madam President. I really appreciate the job of both reporters. Last Tuesday, I attended the North-South Center Award ceremony on behalf of our President, Petra Bayer, and with the President of the Republic of Portugal. One of the awards went to a Palestinian journalist who has remained in the ruins of Gaza with his wife and 2 children to report to the world on their suffering and ensure they are not forgotten. Rami Abu Jamur, who despite immense risk and aimed the destroyed media facility as well as severe humanitarian crisis, he decided to stay there. His testimonies were terrible. We always thought that these crimes only happen under dictatorship or autocratic government, but we never imagined that this could happen in a democracy like Israel. More than 200 journalists, but more than 20,000 children were killed. So we must continue to condemn this situation, which is a genocide of the Palestinian people and the journalists, because I think our credibility and integrity of our institution are in really severe risk. So I'm going to support this draft resolution, and one more, thanks to the reporter.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to take the floor? Yeah, please, Baroness.
Thank you, Madam President. I recall that your predecessor in the presidency addressed the Assembly in his last Assembly as President and reminded us that he was himself in earlier life a journalist. Which is just one way of demonstrating how journalists are just as important to human rights and the rule of law as lawyers, judges, and politicians. With this second report of the day, Kostis, of course, demonstrates yet again how indispensable he has been to the Assembly and what a gap he is going to leave. But given that this report follows the one on the death penalty that also raised concern about the mature democracy that is Israel and its approach to the death penalty, I agree with Saskia Kluet that it's particularly important that this report hopefully passed unanimously will be publicised, because the people who will perhaps thank us the most for that are civil society within Israel, who lament developments like this, and I'm sure lobby our committees and us individually to stand with them to in defence of the democracy that we heard described earlier.
Thank you very much. Anybody else who would like to take the floor? I do not see anybody, so that means that the speakers list is closed. I call Kostis. If you want to make a final remark on 3 minutes, you can do that, of course.
Yes. I welcome all the comments of my colleagues, and of course of the opinion, report of opinion. Indeed, there are no discount on basic freedoms, including, of course, freedom of expression. We have not turned a blind eye to the humanitarian crisis. Accountability is something which is, has to be a lighthouse of our route as Parliamentary Assembly. And of course, we have no right to be neutral on situations like situations in Gaza, where they are both genocidal, humanitarian, and very political issues at stake. I cannot stress enough the importance and urgency of this matter, and this unacceptable situation essentially deprives us of access to information, thereby giving Israel a free rein to commit aggression, atrocities, and violations of international law and human rights without facing any accountability. At the same time that there are Israelis, especially in diaspora, who really worry about this situation. Israel must immediately stop the targeting and killing of journalists and must allow international journalists to enter Gaza for reporting purposes. And we must do whatever is in our power to make this happen. And we have to be very firm on our values, and of course we seek for transparency and accountability. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Kostis. Does the chairperson of the committee want to take the floor? Morgens, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Also, I will underline that it is, once again, we have to add our voices in the Assembly to all those calling for the full respect by Israel and Hamas of its obligations under international humanitarian human rights law. And I think it's very important that we keep in mind that journalists are the society's eyes and ears, and those are the ones that bear witness to the situation on the ground during political and military operations, and most importantly, in the face of humanitarian catastrophes and crises. And very often, we all know, they risk their lives in the service of truth. I would also like to underline that journalists working in areas of armed conflict are civilians, and they are protected as such under international humanitarian law. And targeting and killing journalists and their families is a war crime which cannot meet with impunity. And finally, I believe it's imperative that Israel's Supreme Court makes a decision and grants international journalists the necessary access to Gaza for the purposes of reporting. So our committee, of course, welcomes this report very much, and we consider that the proposed measures are as necessary as they are urgent. So for these reasons, I, on behalf of the committee, also invite the Assembly to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That closes the debate, and we proceed to the vote. The Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media presented a draft resolution in which 3 amendments have been tabled. We will take the amendments in the order they appear in the compendium of the amendments. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, I please once again ask you to keep your hands or nameplates up as long as the count is underway. If need be, in accordance with the rules of procedure, the old one still, I may call a vote by standing up instead of vote by showing hands. We will start with the Amendment 1, and I give the floor to Mrs. Sellnes to present the amendment in 30 seconds. Lise, please. Okay, you will get the amendment, no problem. It's coming.
It's coming, it's coming. Thank you so much. Perfect. Amendment 1 from the Political Committee is as follows. Attacks against journalists, restrictions on media access, and the spread of disinformation on the context of the Gaza conflict reflect a broader and deeply worrying deterioration of conditions for freedom of expression and press freedom in situation of conflict. Impunity for violations committed against journalists risks normalizing attacks on independent media, undermining access to reliable information, and weakening democratic safegrounds for beyond the region. In the case of Gaza and the broader region, attacks on the free press cannot be separated from human rights violations, war crimes, and are committed against both Palestinian people and Israeli civilians. So this is broadening out what was in the original report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does somebody like to speak against this amendment? That is not the case, as the Committee on Culture had not taken a position on the amendment. Therefore, I give the floor to the rapporteur to express his opinion. Kostis?
Yes, I fully support this amendment because it's fully aligned to the spirit, if I may so, of the report, that no impunity must be tolerated in this situation, and so we are in full aligned. Thank you.
Thank you. The rapporteur supports the amendment, and with that I put the Amendment 1 to vote. Who is in favor of Amendment 1, please show that with your nameplates or hands, and keep your nameplates and hands open until the count is finished. Thank you very much. Those who are against Amendment 1, who wants to abstain? 1 abstention. So Amendment 1 is adopted, and we come to Amendment 2, and again I give the floor to Mrs. Sellnes to present Amendment 2.
Yes, thank you. Amendment 2 is broadening out and showing us what we have done before in the Assembly on this issue. So this is what's in this amendment. I'm not going deeper in. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak against this amendment? That is not the case. The Committee on Culture could not take position on the amendment. Therefore, again, I ask the rapporteur about his opinion on the amendment.
For the same reasons, I fully support this amendment.
The rapporteur supports Amendment number 2. I put it to vote. Those who are in favor of Amendment 2, please show this with your hands or your nameplates. Thank you very much. Who is against Amendment number 2? Nobody. Is anybody abstaining to Amendment 2? With 1 abstention adopted. Then I give now the floor again to Mrs. Sellnes to present Amendment number 3.
Thank you. Amendment number 3 is about the freedom of press in every war situation, also this one. So it's lifting up this conflict in special, but also all war conflicts. Freedom of press is always important. Thank you.
Does anybody wish to speak against this Amendment number 3? This is not the case, as again, the Committee on Culture did not have a chance to take a position. I asked the rapporteur about his position.
The amendment deals actually with one of the pillars of the freedom of expression, and fully support.
So also Amendment number 3 is supported by the rapporteur. I will put Amendment 3 to vote now. Who is in favor of Amendment number 3? Thank you very much. Who is against? One more. if you want. Who is against amendment number 3? Nobody. Any abstentions on amendment number 3? That is not the case, so it's unanimously carried. With that, I now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16401 as amended. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those who are in favor, please show that with your hands or nameplates. Thank you very much. Who is against this resolution? Who wants to abstain? With 1 abstention adopted, so I congratulate. Pardon? It's unanimously, abstentions do not count. It's unanimously adopted, so congratulations to the rapporteur of opinion, and to both committees. Before we come to the next item of the agenda, I ask Mia Petra to step in because I have a short bilateral meeting and will be back soon, but we need you now. Thank you.
So, thank you, Petra, and have a good meeting. We will continue on the agenda point number 12, equality and non-discrimination. It will consider the report on enhancing cooperation between parliaments and equality bodies. The rapporteur of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, Mrs. Tuula Haatainen, is here with us to present her report. Mr. Haatainen, you will have 10 minutes in total to be divided between the presentation of 7 minutes and then a reply after the debate for 3 minutes. So now the floor is yours. Ole hyvä, Tuula.
Kiitos. Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. I'm happy to present to you the final outcome of almost 2 years' work, which was adopted by the Committee of Equality and Non-Discrimination last month in Strasbourg. To prepare this report, I made use of virtually all the instruments that the Assembly working methods offer. First of all, a questionnaire was circulated through the ECPRD system, so it's the European Centre for Parliamentary Research and Documentation System. I mention this because I find it important that interparliamentary cooperation in Europe gives us a possibility to learn about and to compare legislation and policies across the continent. And I mention it because this survey provided a large amount of valuable contributions. A large part of the report is devoted to this. Then, of course, there were hearings with guest experts held by the committee and bilateral meetings. It was also an opportunity to continue and strengthen the cooperation with ECRI, that is the Council of Europe's Commission Against Racism and Intolerance. ECRI is a crucial partner for the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination and, of course, for the Assembly in general. The general policy recommendations are consistently a source of inspiration for our work. ECRI organizes an annual seminar with equality bodies, and I had the opportunity to attend these seminars 2 years in a row in person, remotely. And there was also a fact-finding visit to Hungary, which I conducted last October, and I believe it is worth sharing a few details about it. The visit proved to be very timely, as I met with civil society representatives, journalists, and fellow politicians. I learned more about the challenges that equality and non-discrimination policies, legislation, and institutions were facing there. The system of equality bodies there had undergone a reform that experts considered to be a negative development. Protection from discrimination looked weaker than it was before. Moreover, the reforms had been carried out hastily under the state of emergency created by COVID without adequate consultation. On the other hand, general elections were approaching, and I could feel that hope for radical change was growing. In discussions, it sounded like they did not, didn't want to be too optimistic, or they feared that they would be disappointed by the but anyway, they hoped the country would turn the page soon. I will come back later to the Hungary situation, but let me first tell you a little more about the draft resolution that we are debating today. The text brings together the main findings of the entire preparation process I have mentioned, and it translates them into concrete proposals for action. It calls for closer and stronger cooperation between parliaments and equality bodies. It recognizes the role that these bodies may play, and very often actually play, in fostering equality and inclusion. At the same time, it highlights the need to cooperate with civil society organizations, which are often those in the most direct contact with the reality of discrimination cases and with the people affected. Some of the elements of the report and of this draft resolution stemming from it may sound like technicalities or merely legal. Yes, we are talking about procedures, consultations, opinions, hearings, but the text is not only about that. The way in which equality bodies function and the political support they receive reflects the importance that public authorities attach to equality and non-discrimination. Therefore, these questions are not merely procedural, they go to the heart of our democratic commitments. Today we are witnessing a worrying phase of backsliding in human rights, democracy, and rule of law. Values that we uphold within the Council of Europe and in our national contexts are coming under increasing challenge. Anti-discrimination policies and equality legislation in particular are the target of populist and extremist actors for short-term political gain as a part of their broader divisive agendas. Ultimately, the aim of the text I am presenting is to indicate measures to ensure that equality bodies may function independently and effectively, and that they contribute to countering the backsliding I mentioned. I would also like to mention a specific recommendation, as it is innovative and I believe adds real value to this text. It is based on conversations I had with experts in Finland and within ECRI annual seminars with equality bodies, in which I participated 2 years in a row. It is the idea that Council of Europe member states should endeavour to create a Europe-wide early warning mechanism on equality and non-discrimination in order to identify and respond to risks of backsliding in a timely manner. This mechanism should rely on measurable indicators. National statistical organizations and international bodies with expertise in equality, non-discrimination and data collection should contribute to developing them. We can think of the European Institute of Gender Equality, for instance, and of the Fundamental Rights Agency. It is important to identify and respond to signs of backsliding at early stage. In this respect, setbacks in women's rights are often a good indicator. The same applies to the rights of LGBTI persons. When such warning signs appear, it is essential that they are recognized and brought to the attention of all relevant actors, and that timely and appropriate action should be taken. Does international community put enough pressure on countries that are in breach of the human rights obligations? This is a question that we should ask ourselves. The Council of Europe endeavours to play its role, but we should try to use all possible channels. This brings us back to Hungary. A new political phase began there following the recent elections. The hope of the people I met with in Budapest last October has become reality. We should now support the new government in its efforts to strengthen democratic institutions, and we should remain aware regarding future developments there and in all other European countries. Dear colleagues, I trust that you will support this text today, and let us not forget that adopting Parliamentary Assembly text is one important step, but it is not the last one. We will need to disseminate it and implement it back home. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapporteur Haatainen. Now I open floor for the debate. Any comments, questions, opinions? I don't see any, so I now ask the Madam Chair, Fresco Rolfo, from the Committee of Equality.
Merci. Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Dear colleagues, it's a real pleasure for me to support this text, which has been prepared by Rapporteur Tuula Haatainen for the committee that I have the honour of chairing. And it's also a real pleasure, very special pleasure, to attend this debate here in my own country in this parliament. I'd really like to pay a warm tribute to Mrs. Haatainen for the outstanding high quality and in-depth work that she's carried out, because as she's explained to us, her report does offer us a substantial, comparative and very useful report. I'd like to come back to one key point that she's underlined. The subject of this report and the draft resolution that we're going to be voting on is not only a technical one, it is most importantly of all something that's profoundly political. Of course, we could ask lawyers and law departments that help our parliaments to come up with the most appropriate mechanisms to organise cooperation between parliaments and promotion bodies. Equality bodies. But we have to be aware, of course, that different practices that exist in member states of the Council of Europe and beyond that. And with this in mind, Mrs. Haatainen's report does offer us a huge amount of very valuable information. But what we should above all do as parliamentarians, and as parliamentarians wedded to the cause of human rights, democracy and equality, is to guarantee strong political support to independent bodies which are here to combat discrimination. We want to ensure that they have the appropriate human and financial resources. We need to defend their autonomy. We need to systematically consult them when drafting legislation, and as much as is possible to take fully on board their recommendations. Unfortunately, over the past years in more than one member state, these bodies have been threatened by budgetary cuts or other forms of attacks. And it's this is the type of risk that we really have to avoid. Colleagues, once again, we do have a text which provides us with the tools to strengthen and improve the situation of human rights in the member states of the Council of Europe and beyond. And I'd like to call on all of you to vote strongly in favour of this text. Thank you very much indeed.
Rapporteur, do you still want to have a floor to close up?
Thank you. I don't have anything to add, but I thank Madam Chair, Chair of the committee, for the good cooperation with this issue and your words. Thank you.
Thank you. So the debate is closed. Then we go for the vote. The Committee of Equality and Non-Discrimination presented this draft resolution and no amendments have been tabled. So we will proceed on the vote on the draft resolution contained in the document 16400. To be adopted, simple majority is required. All those in favour, please show your nameplates. So I open the vote now. Thank you. Those voting against? And then abstentions. So the vote is closed and it is unanimously agreed. Congratulate rapporteur and the committee. So number 12 on the agenda is closed. Then I open the number 13, other business. There's only one piece of information that this morning the Standing Committee took the note of the agenda of the upcoming June part session. We've been informed that there will be some minor changes to this agenda, which will be published on Tuesday next week. So be aware of that one. That is a piece of information to you all. And any other business I don't have here in the notes? No? Is that the case? Okay. So no any other business from the participants either. So then agenda number 14, we go for the next meeting. So I'm happy to inform you that next meeting will be held in Montenegro, as the alphabetical order tells us, on November 27, 2026. Before I close the meeting, I would like to thank all the participants and especially our dear colleagues from National Council of Monaco for excellent organization of our meetings, technicians, interpreters, everyone involved, and I want to do with the applause. Everyone is enjoying your beautiful country. Outside of the notes, I don't know how you ever can work here because you have such a beautiful view outside. You do, I know you do. So sincere thanks to all of you, and I remind you that in a few minutes or in 45 minutes, they are prepared to start. Okay, so we will around 4, after 15-minute break, there will be a roundtable, very interesting topic: youth and AI, education, autonomy, and democratic safeguards. So I encourage you to participate in that future-oriented debate. This meeting is closed. I thank you all participants.
An important thing will happen now with this roundtable. This is my last English words because French is the official language. Anyway, you have wonderful translators over there and they'll do the job perfectly. So I'm going to introduce first for this meeting, this roundtable around AI and youth, what a subject, with Mr. President Thomas Brézot, Président du Conseil National. He will introduce this roundtable. Thomas.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Madam Secretary General,
chers collègues parlementaires,
Dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians, Madam Deputy Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to start my address by explaining to you how strongly I feel about the subject of artificial intelligence. Let me be simple and blunt about this. I think this is a technology which does indeed represent an opportunity for young people today. Tomorrow, and every young person can be permanently accompanied by non-human intelligence, able to identify their strengths, their weaknesses, and their potential, and also sometimes correct their behavior. Now, this can influence, of course, each person and steer them towards the most secure and caring choices. With changes in technology and sufficient data, we can detect and select at a much earlier stage where there is talent. We can second guess and anticipate risks and perhaps certain even opinions before they are formed. Of course, autonomy sometimes produces certainty. Uncertainty produces sometimes questioning and challenging, and this can, of course, cause instability. An more predictable democracy with algorithms, is that not a more secure democracy? And there'll be no spontaneous choices. It will be sort of disappear in an imperceptible way, and it will give way to much more appropriate choices. And this will have an effect on all the work being carried out. Now, please, can I reassure you, what I just read out to you is the beginning of a reply that was given by a well-known generative artificial intelligence platform. Now, the speech that I want to address for PACE and roundtable with regard to AI and young people, now this is what I asked it to do. And I have to say the result is quite surprising. And this hadn't been said. In the space of a few seconds, some of you were starting to wonder if I'd become mad over the lunch break. Now, I'll let you judge this matter later on. But what very much interests me is what I want to focus on. That's this text generated by artificial intelligence, and to try and understand what led it to create this. Now, what can we note? Well, it all kind of starts from a reasonable point of view. Well, personalized support, help, efficiency, prevention. And then all of a sudden, without really noticing it, we sort of move to something else. Optimizing is replacing freedom. Freedom is kind of almost at risk. Orwell mentioned this, didn't he? And I could almost have talked about the world being taken by machines, as we have with Skynet in the Terminator films. Now, even though it sounds like science fiction, do we want to take the risk of waiting to see whether James Cameron's view was right or not in the film? We're talking about Terminator that came out in 1984, by the way. Now, is this something we want? Do we want a world that is controlled by machines? Because we're the first people concerned. We really need to be aware of the fact that what do young people feel about this. Now, from what I've noted, well, they know what the problems are. Last weekend, I saw two videos which really struck me. They were talking about graduation ceremonies in universities in the United States. And in the University of Arizona, the former head of Google, Eric Schmidt, was booed, even though he was lauding the merits of artificial intelligence for students who are about to graduate and go into the world of work. A few days before then, at the Central University of Florida, the representatives from the world of the economy were presenting artificial intelligence as the next industrial revolution. I'm quoting here. And what was the immediate reaction of students? Well, everyone was started booing. And he continued, very surprised. He said, a few years ago, artificial intelligence wasn't even part of your lives. And now everything changed, and people started applauding him. Now, of course, he was a little bit struck and destabilized by this. And he said, I think I have a bipolar issue. The students reacted in a very coherent way, in fact. It reflected something very straightforward. Young people are not stupid. They know exactly what's happening. They're at a crossroads. They're at a paradox. They're growing, first of all, in a world in which digital tools are playing a huge important role in their lives, in their relationships, information, certainly the way in which they're thinking at times. And sometimes they're caught up in this world. They're almost being trapped in mechanisms they didn't choose. But on the other hand, they see a technology coming along which is going to completely shake up their professional future at a time when they're getting ready to enter the world of employment. So when they're explained in an enthusiastic way that what's happening is just wonderful, their first reaction is not also always to sign up to this. In concrete terms, to be blunt with you, I think we can understand their views. They are right to be worried. The World Economic Forum indicates that 40% of employers have plans to reduce their staff, given that artificial intelligence can take over their tasks. According to the same forum, in another study that was carried out, starting careers have gone up by 30% in the United States. This is very much down to the rise of artificial intelligence and the automation of a number of straightforward tasks. So the reason why young people are questioning this is very understandable. They're saying, what role do we have to play? And I think this is a question that is incredibly interesting. It's not just simply technophiles and technophobes being against each other. It reflects something that's very human, and this certainly strikes me as a father of two young children. I think they're going to become, I'm worried they're going to become observers, spectators in a world that they're trying to develop and build. And it's not whether young people will be using artificial intelligence, and that's not the question we should ask. They're already using it to write, to create, and sometimes in all professions, or almost all professions, to work. So the real question we have to ask is a different one. Will they grow up with tools that will enable them to increase their autonomy? Or will there be tools that will start to think instead of them in systems in which they're just simply cogs in a wheel? But we can't talk about youth if we don't talk with young people. And this is a question I was mentioning this morning, in fact, when I was talking to you about the fact that a democracy that no longer listens to young people is a fragile democracy. Now, this year, the National Youth Council of Monaco is giving thought to this and looking at what the digital impact is. And the youth councillors, of course, have this wonderful quality that is ever so important, that they can alert us to changes that they are currently undergoing. And this is the whole interest of the work being carried out within the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. I'm thinking here in particular of the project that our rapporteur mentioned, Mr. Gribaud, and we'll be talking to us later about this during the roundtable, keeping the creativity within the context of artificial intelligence and gender-fit artificial intelligence. So how can we continue to use these tools without this impacting on creativity and the ability to develop your own judgment? Not to be naive here or to choose between naive fascination or irrational fear, but to strike this proper balance between innovation, freedom and responsibility. Because ultimately, the question we should ask is not what can artificial intelligence do to help young people. I've looked at this question. I think there are so many different things we can ask here. So many questions to put. They're much more serious, in fact, and much more sort of dizzying. First question we should ask is, what are we willing to allow? We as legislators, are we willing to set very strict goals for artificial intelligence as we do for humans, and with this to ensure that young people can fully develop and fulfill their potential? And for all these reasons, this roundtable is going to be fascinating. Let me just end my address by reminding you of Aristotle's words. And he really was a very intelligent person. He said progress is not in instruments, but in the aim that we give to them. Thank you very much indeed.
Merci, Président.
Thank you very much indeed. Let us now give the floor to the President of the Parliamentary Assembly, Petra Bayer.
dear young participants here in the room. When we talk about artificial intelligence, we are talking about your future, not so much about ours. And I think that changes really everything. Young people are not passive recipients of decisions adults make about technology. You are already navigating these tools every day in your classrooms, in your social lives, and in your work. You feel firsthand both the extraordinary potential and the very risks of artificial intelligence. It would be not only wrong, but frankly absurd to design the rules of the digital world without you at the table. This is exactly why we are here today. At the Parliamentary Assembly, we are committed to getting this right. Not vague principles that sound good in any resolutions, but concrete safeguards that protect the autonomy, your data, and your freedom to think critically. That requires, I think, 4 things. First of all, AI literacy must become a fundamental right in education. Not just learning how to use these tools, but understand how they work, what they do with us, and how we challenge them when they fall short in our values. Second, democratic governance must come before technology integration. So before AI enters schools or classrooms, we must ask, who is accountable? Whose values are eroded? Who decides about that? Third, young people must have a genuine seat at the table, not as token voices, but as co-designers of the frameworks that will shape their lives, your lives. And fourth, we need honest evaluation, independent assessment of what these technologies actually do before, during, and after their introduction in education or wherever else. The Council of Europe is rising to this challenge. The forthcoming compass for AI and education will turn our standards into practical tools for member states, teachers, and learners. Our rapporteur, Valentina Crippo, is driving precisely this work in the Assembly, but we all know frameworks are only as strong as the political will behind them, and that will be rooted in listening to you. So let us really make a conversation today that is worth called be a conversation, and thank you already now for your participation and for your engagement in these future challenges. Thanks.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente, merci beaucoup.
Speaker and Madam President, thank you very much. We're in 2014, and AI is about to arrive, and it's almost as old as Aristotle for us. But we're talking about someone who thought well of us, said, "Well, listen, dear friends, AI is potentially as dangerous as a nuclear weapon." This is in 2014. Someone said this. Now, this man has a name. Elon Musk. Elon Musk said this in 2014 with regard to artificial intelligence. Now, is AI as dangerous as a nuclear weapon? And who's going to press the button? Well, future generations. I'm looking at sort of youth councillors here who are listening to us here today very carefully. What are they going to do with regard to artificial intelligence? And how are we, as legislators and parliamentarians, going to be able to help them? And how can we sort of accompany them, support them to ensure that this world doesn't go up in flames? We have a wonderful panel with us. We have Valentina Grippo, who is the PACE rapporteur on a very important report she's going to be talking to us about safeguarding creativity and education in the age of generative artificial intelligence. And Csikszentmihalyi, I hope I haven't mispronounced your name, Vice Chair of the Advisory Council on Youth for the Council of Europe. Jen Persson, who is the Director of Defend Digital Me, and she's a Council of Europe expert on AI and education. Ana Caballero, who is the Vice President of the European Association for Digital Transition, and Louis Leroux, who is our local representative, who's a co-founder of a startup called Altodes. He'll be talking to us about that later on, and that's all about AI. Now, Valentina, let me turn to you first of all. You are an Italian parliamentarian. You are vice chair of the subcommittee for media and culture at the Parliamentary Assembly, and you're responsible for the safety of the media and of journalists. Now, you are behind a parliamentary proposal with regard to artificial intelligence and digital innovation. That's what we're interested in, of course. Now, let me ask you a question, quite a direct question, Valentina. What are the challenges that we have, or that young people have to face now with regard to artificial intelligence and in the context of democracy? Over to you.
President, colleagues, and above all, the young people in this room. First of all, let me just 1 second thank the Parliamentary Assembly, the Monegasque host, for placing creativity and education at the center of this conversation. We speak a lot about AI, but the point on creativity, the point on education, I think it's a really strategic aspect that shall be addressed. As the Assembly Rapporteur on safeguarding creativity and education, as you mentioned, in the age of generative artificial intelligence, let me be clear from the start, because we currently are divided into two teams. I don't come here to be as a pessimist about technology, nor as an enthusiastic who looks away from its risks that you mentioned and that are very high, as we all know. I come as a legislator who believes that the right answer to a powerful tool is neither to ban it nor to worship it, but to govern it, which is, I think, is the thing we all are trying to do in all our institutions, and is the toughest thing. But generative AI, it's there. It's already in our classroom, in our newsrooms, and it's the device of every teenager. I mean, also the older teenager, the elder teenager like us, but teenagers have them in there, ask them everything, every moment, and in few months, this has grown very impressively. So the question is no longer whether young people will use it. They will, they do. The question is whether our institution will shape it or be shaped by it. So let me try to share with you three keywords that came out from the audition we did at PACE on the subject in this month. We had some audition at the Culture Committee because we are defining and trying to understand what the experts think on the subject in this month. First word that comes to me is creativity. A generation is growing up with machines that can write, draw, compose, and imitate in seconds. This is, of course, extraordinary, but it carries a quite danger that we stop giving value to the human authorship behind a work. Creativity is not only an economic asset, it is how a society thinks about itself. So we must protect authors and creators, defend copyright, and fair remuneration for creativity, and insist on transparency about what is generated by a machine and what is made by a human hand. A young creator must be able to grow up knowing that her work, her voice, and her style belong to her and has a value. Second point, education. AI can be a remarkable tutor, but education is not only about transfer information. It is the slow formation of judgment, the ability to doubt, to compare sources, to tell the truth from the merely fluent. If we allow students to outsource their thinking, we will produce a generation that knows how to ask a machine, but not how to question an answer. So I argue for educational autonomy, teachers in control of the tool, not replaced by it, curricula that teach critical thinking and media literacy as core skills, and the principle that meaningful human oversight stays with the educator. Third point, that is, of course, central to us, democracy. Disinformation, deepfakes, and synthetic manipulation are not abstract threats. They are pressures on the public debate that democracy depends on, and young people are both exposed and targeted. But disinformation is not the only concern, and it should not be treated as the only or even the principal one. The broader issue is the erosion of critical thinking, the weakening of trust, the flattering of originality, and the risk that people become dependent on systems they do not understand. As someone who also works on media freedom and on the cultural dimension of AI, these agendas are inseparable and march together, protecting honest information, protecting the habit of thinking, and protecting the condition for free citizens. They march together. That means clear rules. As an example, we just came out with the report on AI copyright. That means clear rules on labeling age-generated political content, work of verification, accountability for platform, and protection for journalism and public service media. But it also means something broader, rebuilding attention, argument, and intellectual discipline in a digital environment that rewards speed of depth. So let's try to go to a conclusion, trying to tell what can public authorities do. I think public authorities can do three things. Concretely, first of all, set rules that are technologically neutrally but right firm, anchored to the values of the Council of Europe and in the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence. Then build parliamentary oversight that does not arrive, this is very important, it's a key point for us, that doesn't arrive years after the technology. Unfortunately, the technology runs real fast. We have to have institutions that react not as fast as technology, but faster, and follows in real time what happens. And crucially, involve young people in this decision in a structured way, so good what we've done here today, not as a symbolic audience, but as participants whose lived experience shapes the rules that they will govern in the future. Public policy should also address the practical condition for healthy use of AI in education and democratic life. I think young person will talk about this later, so I don't steal time. But please consider that the most recent international guidance is moving in the same direction. So just to share with you, UNESCO has stressed a human-centered approach, data privacy protection, age limits for independent conversation with Gen AI platform, and pedagogical value that on before adoption in education. The OECD, we were as Council of Europe partner in a similar discussion we had OECD, has also made clear that generative AI improves learning only when it is guided by clear pedagogical principle, otherwise it can improve performance without real learning gains. So, to conclude, my message to the young people here is simple. This technology is not their destiny, it's their instrument. But instruments shape those who use them, and so the responsibility of democratic institutions is to build the condition in which this instrument expands freedom instead of narrowing it. The aim must be to protect creativity, strengthen critical thinking, preserve human judgment, and keep education rooted in real understanding. That is how artificial intelligence can be made compatible with democratic life. Thanks.
Merci, Valentina.
Thank you very much. I turn now to Jess Mainzer. I hope I'm pronouncing your first name correctly. So you're a historian. You document contemporary history, but it's important, of course, to look back when we're talking about the future. And you are the Vice Chair of the Advisory Council on Youth in the Council of Europe, and 15 years now you have been militating in favour of democracy and the rule of law, which is, of course, is a good thing. Now, let me ask you, impossible equation, AI plus youth plus democracy equals? Well, thanks to the Monegasque Presidency and the Parliamentary Assembly for this invitation to the roundtable, first of all.
The result of that equation is that it can be not a zero, but a whole number, but we have to find a way to make it mix. But how? We need, on the one hand, we need to advocate for a strong regulation that is adequate on how AI is not only used, but mostly how it is created. Because AI, as with every kind of tool that has been created by humans, it reflects the flaws or the intents of the creator. So we need to regulate that, but also, and more importantly, democratically control how these technologies are developed. But it's not only about that, and getting specifically into the younger generations, because as we understand, artificial intelligence affects all age groups, but on the specifics of young people. Our youth at this moment has been growing up in the period in history, you can take it from me because I'm a historian, in the period in history where there has been the fastest evolution in technology. And not only in technological evolution, but specifically in personal use technology. Many of our youth were born where compact discs were starting to be widespread, and now we have digital tools that can create images out of a small prompt. So we can understand that there has been an enormous advance. And with such a rate of technological evolution in such a small period of time, it's difficult to catch up. Most of older generations had the time to process this change, and current generations cannot process that easily. So this is why also we need to very strongly support the capacity building amongst young people on digital competencies. Because this way, we can also empower these young people to understand how these technologies work, because even if we have also the democratic oversight of these technologies, we need to understand how they work so that they can also use them in a responsible way and in a safe way.
Merci, Cesc. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Cesc. Chairperson, you really are at the very heart of this matter because you work on AI and youth day in, day out. You're part of the Council of Europe group on AI and education, and you are working on drawing up a future legal instrument that you will be talking to us about. But you also published a recommendation on AI literacy, so the way in which we understand it and accept it, and also the political, cognitive, social, and environmental implications of AI. And again, a central point, the impact of AI on fundamental rights and participation. And what is more, you've also worked on protecting children's data, which I think is also a relevant issue for us today. So to what extent are our rights at risk?
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. We speak a lot of words about AI and rights, but, and I apologize to the translator if I go slightly off-piste of what I compared with, to take into account what others have said. But what do we really mean by fundamental human rights? Fundamental human rights matters more than ever in a world that is becoming increasingly machine-led and computer decision-driven. So the question, are our fundamental rights at risk? Yes, but the risk is precisely that we recite these rights as if they are declarations and fail to realize them in practice. The scale is not hypothetical, where machine learning and AI expands the implications of what is done to people without their knowledge at pace. We have a greater duty upon us to respect those rights in people more than ever. So let us think about these rights at stake, not as principles, but in practice. Freedom of thought. Article 9 of the Convention, a person who cannot form their own thoughts without intrusion is perhaps not free in any other respect. But adaptive systems, and thank you, as I work with the working group on education and digital citizenship, we think about how this applies in learning. So adaptive systems are built by design to influence a developing mind. Now, what does that mean if somebody is being shaped by computer-led decisions and not only by how they think themselves or by a human teacher anymore? The danger is not a wrong answer. It is a learner relieved of the work of learning how to learn and how to make their own decisions. Freedom of expression, enshrined in Article 10 of the Convention of Human Rights and in 15 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. They really matter. A young person who knows their words are going to be read by AI. Perhaps in the context of education, their hard written essay will be read and marked by AI. Their assessment or their exam may be judged by AI. What does this mean to their thinking around how they express themselves? We have seen examples of this come from America, particularly in COVID. There is a well-known example of an American AI teaching tool that the parents found when they looked at what the task they had been given to their child under the remote learning conditions. They did not need to write an answer that made sense. They did not need to express themselves in a way that was articulate. They needed only to put in the words that the AI tool recognized as being important for getting a good mark. And in English, we call this a word salad. The parents could write a whole set of words that made no sense, but the child would get the top mark. What does that do to a child's assessment of how they get assessed? How does it teach them how to express themselves if they're expressing a way that it will be read by a machine and not read by a human being? The Council of Europe Steering Committee on Media and Information Society in December produced a guidance note on the implications of generative AI for the freedom of expression. And I would recommend, if you have not done so, to read this. It has good recommendations from primary school onwards. But we need to look, and our work on the AI literacy instrument looks at this for all segments of the population, not just for children or those in learning settings. We look at it in the workplace as well. Such training is especially important in judicial, policing, public service sectors, where the use of generative AI tools and products can influence rights-based decisions and have life-altering consequences, say in medicine, where it influences health research or interventions. So this connects with the right to access information, Article 17. And here the threat has been more widely discussed already in the context of generative AI systems that now sit between the learner and what they can know. But in education, this corrodes something larger than the lesson plan itself. It is about the production of knowledge. Society that loses its grip on how knowledge is produced and what is considered authoritative loses the ground on which it has democratic debate, and it's reached consensus for cooperation. We must also, for children, think about rights that we may not associate with AI. The right to play, for example. Easy to dismiss, but unmonitored free time is how children rehearse autonomy and agency and learn social skills. Protection from economic exploitation, for example, we may think as obvious in commercial contexts or child labor, but work done by colleagues in the Netherlands has looked at how Article 32 could consider the economic exploitation of children and learners in education, that their characteristics and behaviors recorded in their data are being turned into AI models without their consent. So they're being economically exploited even in the course of their education. And underpinning all of this is the right to education. So Article 2 of Protocol 1, the promotion and protection of education and of quality education sits at the core of the regulatory instrument on AI that we will be working on over the next 18 months. Many of these defining elements of quality are not about regulating AI per se, but the protection of education from the influence of the outputs of AI, what happens to education as a result of using it. So considering that it must be non-discriminatory access, a secure learning environment, full personal development, fair assessment, qualified teachers, and freedom from corruption. Automated decision-making can undermine the transparent, fair certification of learning outcomes. Generative tools introduce new forms of academic fraud and corruption, and teacher materials only delivered in English can undermine linguistic minorities' access, for example. Just some examples. We will come on to talk more about the rights, perhaps, to voice, so the Article 12, the right of the child to be heard, when we talk about democracy. So are these rights at risk? Yes, but not irreversibly. The Commissioner for Human Rights, Michael O'Flaherty, has given the instruction, for example, in the context of AI and social media, regulate the platforms, not the children's participation, as the Commission did in February. So the test is not whether we can name these rights, but to consider how fundamental human rights are in an ever increasingly machine-driven world, and whether we will realize them.
Merci beaucoup, Jen.
Well, let's hope that those words resonate well beyond the continent of Europe. Ana Caballero, you are a lawyer, strategist, consultant. You're specialized in technologies, and you're the vice president of the European Association for the Digital Transition. This is an organization which is pushing for a fair digital transition across Europe, one that is in compliance with European values and human rights. Good luck with that. You're also the president of the Spanish Council of Consumers and Users, and you have already appeared before a number of parliamentary committees at national and European levels to promote what you call genuine digital citizenship. My question to you is whether you think that we are perhaps losing our landmarks when it comes to youth and digital tools, and can we expect a loss of citizenship?
To participate in this meeting. Thank you very much for the Council of Europe and the National Council of Monaco. My apologies because I'm going to give my presentation in Spanish, so sorry. It's a very good question. Es una pregunta realmente buena.
That's a really good question. It's a really good question, Stefan. But before I focus on young people, I think the most important thing is to paint the backdrop to all of this. The fact that many of our fellow citizens are suffering because we are losing our human rights and our personal data is basically the fuel for our daily lives, whereas AI is controlled by large tech companies from outside Europe, basically controlling our technological environment. And these companies, or the vast majority of them, as I say, are located outside Europe, and they control the whole value chain in data collection and gathering. So it can go from something positive, say social media, right through to data. And they all then are channeled through the AI systems. But in actual fact, of course, most of these companies are based in either the US or China. And they have a very different comprehension of human rights to the one that we have in Europe. And so that's something we ought to bear in mind. The Council of Europe represents 700 million citizens. And what we're talking about is a vast reserve of quality data. So we have enormous economic capacity, And what we have on the European continent is a highly regulated environment. We give legal certainty to our businesses, and we also have a high degree of digitalization in our daily lives. There's an awful lot that we do digitally, many transactions carried out digitally, ranging from our shopping and bank accounts as well. And young people, of course, study or learn online, and it's a way as well of having relationships and taking decisions. So as I say, we are a reserve of 700 million citizens, and we can also therefore serve as a laboratory for artificial intelligence. Now, against this backdrop, given that is the case, these models, which are used by what are often very opaque companies, we have these companies which are profiling us, segmenting us, and which are targeting AI tools at us. Ultimately, we'll go beyond that, because we talk about the data economy as well, because we're talking as well about the attention economy, and Jen was talking about this. We are commodifying human beings, and particularly young people who are being commodified, being marketed. And if we look at the various articles in the Convention on the Right of the Child, if we look at Clause 25, which talks about this prohibition on the commodification of young people, we need to look at this data-driven economy, because the more time we spend in front of our screens, the more data we generate, which can then be scooped up, can be gathered, and can be used for all kinds of purposes. So I think that the various points of reference for young people are changing, and I think by extension, references for our citizenship is also changing, so we need to look at businesses and their responsibility in all of this. Thank you very much.
Enfin, nous accueillons la...
Thank you very much. And then finally, we have a professional in the field, Louis Leroux, who is behind a startup and who is responsible for the automation of AI. Now, you're based in Monaco. Alteres is the name of your startup, and it's something which allows companies to find out what they need to do to adopt these technologies, first and foremost AI. So, specific question to you. So, in front of you, you have an audience ranging in age from perhaps students through to senior citizens. I mean, do you have a different approach to young people when it comes to AI to the one you might perhaps take in the case of other generations? Well, first of all, thank you very much indeed for those words of welcome and the introduction. So I think AI is not so much generational, it's more to do with understanding people and what the possibilities and scope of AI might be. So typically, you might have a young person's profile. Young people might use AI on a daily basis and have a sense of where they can use AI as a lever, as a tool. So perhaps they have more experience and perhaps more of a grasp of exactly what the problem is. But what is very interesting when you are looking at more experienced users is a methodological approach. People telling themselves, well, I've got a new tool. How am I going to go about using it? So in actual fact, for me, it's all about the understanding of the technology, because typically today, you would have somebody who has experience and would then go to explain to young people about how it could actually be employed. So I take a kind of reverse mentoring approach. So I would perhaps have young people helping out more experienced users to help them figure out exactly where they might deploy AI, but the more experienced users would want to ascertain whether they have a true understanding of a strategy, either in daily life or a corporate strategy, so the way that you could use this in a business. So I think there's a golden opportunity here. If we truly are to establish synergies or a situation whereby we can have this interaction between our less experienced and more experienced users, that is where we will be able to make the most of artificial intelligence, because our more senior citizens will understand the true value of AI, and younger people will understand exactly where it can be implemented. Thank you very much. So, as you can see, thanks to all of our panelists, we are moving closer and closer to the pillars which underpin the Council of Europe, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and more importantly, the way in which we live with one another. So we'll talk about young people, access to the labour market, employment generally, and then all the implications for democracy. So, we're going to address all of those different issues, and I will ask all of our panelists to give us a pithy, concise reply, because we want to give some time to our audience, to members of the public as well, to put questions to you. You can see a lot of young people wanting to put questions to you. Now, Valentina, you work on equality and education in generative AI. You've told us all about it. So how can you make sure that young people have access to information and can form judgments? And I'm, of course, from an earlier generation. Now, of course, a few years ago, we had, of course, TV and internet, but AI has come now to completely upend our understanding of education. So perhaps you can tell us about young people learning at AI.
Yes, thank you. As we were mentioning before, the great risk of we started at the beginning of the internet transformation using the word overflow of information. There was this richness of access to information that would lead to less value to the single information. And of course, this is, if it was true with the internet, today with the AI becomes huge. So what is the big risk that we see? That we probably have kids that are educated. I mean, we heard Louis and his experience in how better shaping the AI in order to make it a perfect instrument. And of course, this is a great opportunity. But at the same time, I see a huge risk of growing of differences in the society worldwide, because those that have access to the instrument of learning how to use the AI probably will also be more informed, will work better, maybe will do nicer jobs and will leave the things we don't like to do to the machines. But at the same time, we have a large number of young people that will not, if we don't help them to travel and to learn how to use the machine, might lose all their capability in 1 or 2 generations. So the great effort, I believe, is to use the public school and all the instruments we have to deliver to everyone, the instrument to be able to deal with the AI. This is probably the risk of huge social differences, I think, is the main point we should focus on.
En effet, merci Valentina. Jen, je me tourne vers vous.
Let me turn to you now. Jen, how do young people compute information as such, or using AI? Do you think there may be a sort of reason of laziness, if you like. Of course, the methods that we used in the past to acquire information were completely different. Do you think they're just slightly lazy, or is it an enrichment using AI?
I think when we talk about AI and being lazy, we think about how do we use our time. And in a world that pushes teenagers and learners to be all about productivity and efficiency, we encourage them to think of how they spend their time as a productive output. When they combine that with artificial intelligence, whether it is generative AI or any other form of technological decision-making, automated assessment, so we must think not only about Gen AI in these contexts, but AI more broadly. We are producing people that are encouraged to act and behave and consider learning as an output of productivity. And I think this is where we'll perhaps get on to talk later about jobs, but it's got to be really cautious about how we think about, not in terms of laziness, but actually how we're encouraging and why we're encouraging teenagers to learn. So what matters here is not the child kind of as a lazy, shortcut to learning, but what is it doing to learning? And more importantly, what is it doing to authority? And I think it's vital that we protect and promote teachers' autonomy and professional standards so that children cannot say, I trust the answer the AI gave me more than I trust my teacher. Adults that do this, so this turns out adults that I trust my AI more than my doctor or my therapist or my politician. So I think when a child receives a finished answer from an AI, it isn't about saving them effort, but it may well be undermining the process of learning. And the purpose of the exercise in education is to learn how to learn, not just how to find knowledge, which they're encouraged to do through a search engine. So I think a person that we teach as a learner, I received this information, is it true, has not become lazy, but they've been given a new imagining of who and what carries authority. To whom do I defer my understanding of what is true and what is knowledge and the world around me? So I think who is the creator of knowledge and of truth and who is to be trusted is the fundamental keystone of democratic engagement and the purposes of education. And we shouldn't characterize that as laziness, but actually as a result of turning education into only the goal of being productive for employment and not about learning for the sake of learning.
Absolument. Anna, vous intéressez
Very interesting indeed. Now, Anna, you're interested in digital citizenship. And now, can you tell us what you think the most important thing is? Is it teaching young people from a very early age to use AI, or should we teach them how to resist it?
Stefan, thank you very much. El futuro es tecnológico.
The future is technological. So if we don't give them these enabling skills, then we will be preventing them from developing to their full potential. But of course there are risks, and so we need to look at where we would consider to be an impediment to the full realization of their human rights. But what is important is whether Europe is going to train citizens who can have a critical understanding of technology, or if what they really want to do is to create consumers who will be dependent on these technologies. And we've already said this during this round table on a number of occasions, that young people out there looking for information will create relationships and will take their own decisions, but they will obviously do so via the algorithms. And of course, we're talking here about generative AI, so we need to look to the reality of the situation, namely that we are not talking about a future technology, rather we're talking about an existing environment. It's something which is part of the daily lives of these young people. And the truth of the matter is that AI is sucking in our young people, although our education systems have not yet taken a decision on exactly how they can counter this state of affairs. So young people are not only faced with enormous digital asymmetry because you've got the platforms on the one hand and them on the other, but a lack of transparency as well, which makes it possible for us to promote the kinds of public policies which would restore some kind of symmetry between the platforms and our citizens. And this lack of transparency means that we don't know exactly what lies behind all of this. And this is an extremely important point. So right now in European societies, working towards a digital future are mooting various European projects on education, looking at the ways in which we can incorporate digital skills in our curricula and how we can make sure we provide training for that in our schools. But there are various other dimensions that we hold to be absolutely fundamental for activating fully fledged digital citizenship. In other words, for people to be able to enjoy their rights of participation, which is so important for our democracies. Now, we're talking, first of all, about promoting critical thinking. Critical thinking is absolutely crucial if we are to face up to generative AI as well as to disinformation. And as I said earlier, we are talking about a situation in which we have massive data mining, extraction of our data, and we need to have, therefore, an understanding of our right to privacy. So looking at digital mastery as well in the face of this impersonal interface. And we're asking something very important here because we need to make sure that we put an end to digital polarization and violence. And we also need to look at the problem of deep fakes and digital well-being. And we've not talked enough about digital well-being because we find ourselves confronted with this kind of persuasive economy. So to recap, in a nutshell, if Europe really wants a person-centered, human-centered digital future, then we've got to make sure people are able to question it and able to participate in its mastery. And we need to do this very early in the game. We need to understand that we have a level of maturity that is required on the part of all our citizens, young and old alike.
Louis, depending on the people that you're talking to, do you think there's a huge generational split or a generational conflict with regard to the whole concept of learning of AI? Well, it's the same question that you asked earlier, isn't it? No, not exactly. I'm talking about a conflict between different generations with regard to AI. Well, I just want to be 100% sure I've understood what you're getting at. So if you're asking if there's a intergenerational conflict with regard to the use of AI. Well, with regard to how we understand how AI should be used. Well, I don't think it's a conflict as such, a real conflict. I think it's more with regard to how we understand or comprehend how AI can actually be used. For instance, there is kind of cross-cutting skills that we use for these tools would be to give clear and good instructions. Now, what we notice out on the field is that it is intergenerational as such. In other words, even young people do not fully know how they can clearly communicate their ideas when dealing with artificial intelligence. And I would be tempted to say that sometimes it's often the most experienced profiles that have these methodological issues with regard to coming up with clearly argued instructions. Or perhaps the most experienced profiles can give the clearest instructions and get the best value as a result. So it's not an intergenerational conflict as such that we have. It's more that there are two sides, if you like. There are one side which will give very clear instructions to AI, will communicate very clearly just what is required, and we have one party or one side that just doesn't do that. I don't think it's to do with generation. So, in other words, if you think in a mediocre way, your result will be mediocre. Yes, exactly. Now, do you, Jack, think that the critical mindset of young people is jeopardized now as a result of AI, the critical way of thinking?
You know, they stop going to the doctor so much and they just turn to the internet to find the solution to their health issues, and now they're doing it with AI. So I think it's a bit of something that is just taking a new shape in this sense, and I think that why does that happen? We feel that many people understand that AI is a bit like an oracle. You know, you ask it and it gives you an answer. And it's because there is already a gap with critical thinking already. I think that Jen already touched upon this by when she mentioned that we have a society that is focusing more on producing and not so much on critical thinking. And it's something that we can see that our educational systems, for example, have gradually shifted towards creating machines to produce and not so much people who have a critical thought. And maybe we need to, well, not maybe, we definitely need to get back to that, to basically turning the education system to adapt it to building critical thinking. I was mentioning before that young people are experiencing this rapid technological change and they cannot adapt. But it's the same with educational systems. Educational systems are very slow at adapting to societal changes and technological advances. And in this sense, we need to make sure that curricula are up to date with the challenges of today, but not only in formal education. We have to also understand that non-formal education is very important as well. It provides a very important support to the formal education system, where this kind of digital literacy capacity building can happen very effectively, and not only through strengthening non-formal education, but also supporting civil society organizations that work on digital literacy, because there are plenty of platforms of this kind. They have the expertise, and they have the I don't want to use this very sort of capitalistic terminology, but they have the human resources, and in that sense that know how to do this, and we should support them in doing that.
Mon prompt est le suivant.
So now, and a question for our panelists. Can I ask them to be quicker in their replies? Now, let me turn to the audience. I'm sure you've understood in the first half of this debate when we're talking about learning. Now I can see a young advisor sitting over there. Now the Youth Council has been working on digital issues this year in Monaco, in particular on the subject of AI, but especially on social networks and the challenges that they throw up. Now I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to carry out a survey. You raise your hand if you'd like to do so. I'd just like to find out in this audience what your views are. So if I ask you the following question: do you think that AI improves the average school level of young people? So if you agree with this, can you please raise your hand? Do you think it improves people's level at schools? Now I have one person who's put their hands up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now the second answer you can give: do you think that AI is actually jeopardizing the average level at school for young people? Raise your hands if you agree. Very interesting. There are a few people who are abstaining, but there's a very clear negative answer here. Now, with regard to learning, do you have any questions you'd like to put to our panelists? Yes, please. Valentin, please. Can you hear me? Yes, first of all, good afternoon to you all. My name is Valentin Dinmont, and as someone has just said, I'm a youth advisor for Monaco. Can you speak further over the microphone, please? Sorry, I'm not used to it. No, I'd just like to talk to you about AI and learning. I'm not sure if you are aware of Laurent Alexandre. He's a French author who was also a doctor and a surgeon and a physician, and he wrote a book on AI which says don't study anymore. And he's saying that with AI, studies become obsolete because the skills that you learn through studying are no longer of any use. because AI is far more efficient than an average human being. Now, I'm going to be starting studies very shortly, and I want to know what your views are on this. Okay, who would like to answer this? Jen, sorry, I mean not Jan, Jen.
Okay. Learn. Education is a wonderful thing to do, whether it is your right to education that you have or a process that you go through. It can never be replaced by machines and machine learning. We are teaching people, perhaps, as my colleague said earlier, to learn for the wrong reasons in some places. And I think the curriculum in some places has become very shaped by what we measure and what we score. That is not the purpose of learning how to learn. And as colleagues have all mentioned, your critical learning and the Grippo report is really a landmark report in that respect around creativity and the purpose of learning. So I think there will be a lot of questions raised about how you use it as a higher education student, about plagiarism and identifying how and when AI has been used to write things. You can question how it is used in your assessment. And I think importantly, there is to recognize that a lot of pushback has happened around the world, from legal cases in the Netherlands to protests in Australia about proctoring, how artificial intelligence is being used to assess faces and aliveness in front of a screen. And I think politicians and parliamentarians really need to listen to young people's experience of that and their protest against being measured by using facial recognition and biometric technology, which now we are promoting, I think, in all the wrong ways, in saying that we have to use age verification, for example, for so many things to access social media or be banned from activity in the internet. So I think we have to learn also from you and from your youth voices of what you want the internet to look like, what you want your digital experience to look like, and what you want education to be for.
Très fort.
Great answer. Now, I think a large number of our countries are working on these different issues in their legislation. Any other questions from the floor? Yes. Mr. Bricot, please.
Internet, born pre-internet. Two things. A lot of you mentioned the importance of critical thinking, and I cannot agree more. But the question is, at the era of social networks that imprison you on your own ideological bubble, how do you manage to teach critical thinking, or at least to lead to critical thinking? That's the first question. Second question, and I think Louis will be probably the best to answer that. There is something we never do. We never explain how artificial intelligence actually works. First of all, it's not really an intelligence. It's very fancy algorithm. And I will take 1 minute to share a personal story. When I was very young, for a few months, I used to work for a call center for the support service of a phone company. Anyhow, they give you a book where you have these diagrams, depending on the request of the customer, which lead you to different answers, and you have paths to follow. And basically, artificial intelligence is the super fancy version of that, accessing the whole internet and social network as a basis of information. But we never explain that. We never explain that artificial intelligence is actually dumb. Thank you.
What is a question or a statement? To Louis?
Moi, je suis déjà totalement d'accord.
Well, I absolutely agree. Right now, AI is not intelligent. So we do AI training sessions, and we explain to people that as things currently stand, AI solutions are excellent executors. So they can perform the processes, they can do the whole planning process. And, you know, I would agree with panelists who have said just how important critical thinking is and how important creative spirit is, because AI can't invent things, can't come up with innovations that don't already exist. So their competences have to do more with planning. And where human beings are more important is in terms of reasoning. So take the example of the call center. I mean, it's the human being who has to think of the workflow as a whole and to do all the categorization and which information needs to be imparted and under what kind of conditions. So AI comes in when we're talking about execution. It is an incredibly efficient technology, but it is only in terms of execution. All of the planning is absolutely crucial, and that remains human. So AI, it might not be intelligent, but it's pretty smart, pretty cunning. Thank you very much. When you're talking about young people and AI, Stefan, was trying to pit the young people and seniors against one another, talking about whether there's this kind of conflict. But do you not think that there are going to be different uses for AI in future? And then you don't think that that's going to create a yawning gap in the labor market? Anna, possibly? Yeah? I think we're going to go through a period of uncertainty. And in Spain, we used to say that, if you went to university, if you continued to studies, then, you would have a secure job. But those days are over because we are talking about a rapidly changing technological landscape and education is not keeping up. And so I think things are set to be really complicated in what the educational supply is and the demands of industry. So you can't actually dictate this from on high. We haven't been asking businesses exactly what they are going to need and what their demands will be in future. And there's an additional problem we're going to encounter as well, and that is that in all likelihood, we don't even know what the professions of the future are. So whenever we are mooting reforms of our education systems, we are going to have to be pretty strategic and pretty tactical because, we've got to imagine what professions might be 20 years down the line. But if we don't know exactly what those jobs, what those professions are, very difficult to gear our education systems to them. But, we are going to have to just plow on bravely regardless because we obviously have got to have digital education for active citizenship, but also digital skills which make people more employable, which empower them for employment. And that is why we've got to look afresh at our university systems. And as my colleagues on the panel have said, we don't know what the next technological leap is going to be. So we've got to work on those sectors that we know remain unchanged and which are important, which remain important. So working on reasoning, working on creativity, they won't go anywhere. And so, Louis, the kinds of things you're talking about are so important. We're not taking strategic decisions at a high level. We're at some kind of intermediate level. So we've got to look at the kinds of activities that could be automated thanks to AI. And we've got to look at those profiles, perhaps, mid-range professions. And we've got to look at the moderator interrupts.
Sentence. It's okay.
So I think it's time, unless there are some more urgent questions. Yes, no, go ahead. Do go ahead. Another youth councillor. Absolutely, yes. Maxence Silke. I'm a colleague for Vantelimo, and I'm also a member of the National Youth Council. I have a question for all of you. Robert Schumpeter talked about creative destruction. The idea that major innovations will destroy certain jobs, but at the same time will give rise to generate others. And historically, that has been the case, particularly the Industrial Revolution. So do you go along with this idea of creative destruction, or do you think it will create a massive displacement, a wave of unemployment, including in our skilled and creative industries? Absolutely. You've always been ahead of the game. You essentially have alighted on the beginning of the next subject, which is AI and employment. So, we can move on seamlessly to that next subject. And I'll ask Jen to reply to that question and also to perhaps respond to a question which was put by Speaker Brezzo earlier on, the jobs apocalypse, as he termed it. So is AI strangling our labour market?
Apocalypse framing and fear around AI. It treats the future as if it is something that happens to us and not something that we steer. And this is why the Education Department of the Council of Europe has packaged its work based on a compass. We steer how we want the future to look. So to go to the young person's question, humans throughout history have created new things based on discoveries. And those discoveries have been built on what we have learned from the years before us. Now we also have tools that are learning on what has come before us, looking at, as Anna mentioned earlier, on data. And I think we need to consider how those tools are now used by humans to create new learning and new knowledge, new opportunities, but remembering they are developing what they know from the past. They are being built not forward-looking into the future as humans can, but only learning from what has gone before. So we know all in this room about the risks of AI development on things like gender-based stereotypes in past data. We need to look very closely where we're using those tools, for example, in policing, where they may be known to have sexist or racist backgrounds in data, and the data that has been used is now training those machines to look for patterns in new deployments. So to think about how we use the tools is not only to think about the jobs that will be created, but about the jobs that use these tools. And I think that is the crux of where we might see more creation or destruction right now. It's not in the job itself that matters as much as how we use these tools in the jobs that we know, and that we make sure we are not employing the technologies in a way that is blind, that we don't see how these technologies are being used, that we ensure that anything that is how they have been created is open to us, is transparent to understand, and that all the professionals we have in all segments of the population understand them. So we're not focusing on the jobs that we might train our current young people to have or not have in the future that we worry about, but actually to think about how we are making sure that the jobs and professions we have today are being properly trained to understand the tools that they are being asked to use.
Merci. On me signale que quelqu'un voulait poser une question.
Thanks very much. Anybody that I've missed? Anybody else who is wanting to ask a question? Yes, please go ahead.
Steering Committee for Youth, and we have the privilege to have this kind of debate in our co-management system with young people together, but it's really amazing what we have here is exchange of information. And I would just thought, I'm not quite sure if you can catch a question from what I will say, but really listening to you, I'm just thinking that actually back in the days, this creativity starts with this white sheet of paper that we have. And it was the fear of the white sheet of paper. But nowadays, I'm not quite sure that young people really, they have this. Because when you just, even without a question, AI starts to generate a lot of information. Even you just put a quick sentence, and it's so much words produced. So I think that this really destroyed the idea that you need to create something as a human being. This is the first thing, the critical thinking. And I'm afraid that when we say the critical thinking, I'm not quite sure what we understand with this. Because it requires different cognitive skills, and it starts with interpretation, analysis, evaluation, inference, explanation, self-regulation. And actually, to start to interpret something, you need a basic knowledge in certain areas, so you can reference, and then to start to understand actually what is it. And something about what Louis mentioned about the reality of young people, and I'm really curious what we understand with the reality of young people, because what is the reality? It's social media. If it is a social media, and I will use the information coming from the last book of Harari, Nexus, actually it's really, the reality then is very broken. Because if it is the social media, because it's the algorithm, now is very clear that because it wants to maximize the interaction, they use the outrage. So you have a lot of bots, you have a lot of not real people in the social media that will push this emotion, the outrage, so just to maximize interaction and to maximize profit. So what is the reality then of the young people? How they can trust what they see? So it's really not very easy for young people, and I'm really curious about the future and how we can. And just last thing, the last book about the Gen Z, the Anxious Generation of Jonathan Haidt. It explains. It's a longitude study, and it's very clear why nowadays we have such a big problem with the mental health of young people, and it's because we just give them. When they were very young, during their puberty, during their transition from child to adulthood, we just give them this the smartphone, and they discover the whole world not in a very safe way. Let's put it that way. So it's just my thoughts listening to you, and I try to be balanced, not very negative, but I hope that we can cooperate together with our young people, so we can help each other to build a good reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this. Pardon. Merci pour ce.
Thank you ever so much for this very strong account. Now, can you please limit your comments, as wonderful as they may be? I think we had an answer. Yes?
Of course, it is the question with which we started the discussion. Will AI destroy creativity, or will it change it? Because maybe we are just old and not ready to see the next way creativity will be. But what is the bias and the choices we have to do to see whether, or to address whether it will be destroyed or changed? Well, first of all, it was said by some intervention before, AI is not that intelligent without the human being, at least as of today, maybe tomorrow. So also to answer to the young people, will we need to study tomorrow? Yes, you will, because the purpose of learning is not only to have information or to have answers, but is also to have the instruments to find information, to pose questions, to go and search things. So I think this will be kept, or we will try to preserve at least this part. And let me conclude this part with quoting you what an Harvard professor told us during an hearing we had at PACE concerning, we asked him, how can you evaluate people with AI? How can you evaluate a paper? How can you evaluate an answer? Because you will never know who has written that document. How do you do? And he told us, we are starting to think that we should evaluate prompting, questioning, the way people question the machine. So this, I think, is the core. The human being will have to keep the intelligence and the creativity to pose the right question to the machine and to use it.
Merci. Je vais être obligé
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to speed up, I'm afraid. We haven't answered all the questions we wanted to, but let me put a question to the audience again. Now, in your own country, now you're hearing a lot about interaction between AI and the labour market. So in your own country, is AI destroying jobs or is it creating jobs? Now, who among you think that AI in your own country is currently creating jobs? Raise your hand if you think that. And who in the audience thinks that AI is currently destroying jobs? Raise your hand if you think that. Very interesting, very interesting. I hope it's not fatal. Now, what do the panelists think of that question? Louis? Well, I'm quite happy to answer that question. Now, quite clearly, artificial intelligence solutions are there to automate redundant manual tasks. But the reality is that, for instance, I can see that at a local level, that more and more companies are starting to develop a personalized AI, and there's a whole area of hardware competencies, for instance, and skills. In other words, cloud provider firms, telecom firms, which are starting to develop recruitment strategies, in particular by recruiting people for their artificial intelligence department. Now, I certainly think it does create jobs. Now, perhaps tomorrow it's going to be destroying jobs, but I certainly think there are very clear gains. Yes, but let's not forget, and I'm talking for France, but student associations are sounding the alarm bell because they're saying that young graduates can't find a job because they're being told you don't have enough experience and AI can do a far better job than you can. Now, let's move to the subject of democracy. This is very important. It's very much the heart of our debate here. Now, Valentina, in your opinion, what risk do you think AI has with regard to the public debate and democracy? Now, including, of course, with regard to manipulation of information and all these related subjects.
As we mentioned before, what we said about misinformation, we said about the fake news, it becomes even more complex and severe and problematic when we get to the forming of public opinion and the use of AI into the democratic processes. We had very worrying information about, for example, the use of AI by citizens informing an opinion on ongoing elections in the latest administrative local elections Europe-wide. They would asking to the citizen, to whom did you ask suggestion and information to form your own idea on who to vote? And there was like family, friends, internet, the newspaper, AI. AI was the first answer. Of course, it's the first answer also on medical question and other worrying things, but democratic thinking. So, of course, now the AI instrument is somehow neutral, but what if tomorrow someone will address that AI?
Thank you, Valentina.
I've been told that I need to speed up even more, I'm afraid. I have so many interesting questions to ask. I'd like to put a question to Jen, if I may. Do you think we need to regulate these AI platforms? In a few words, do you think we should regulate AI platforms?
Is this regulated by government, by parliamentarians, or by the popular views of the public? And I think to come back to Valentina's point on democracy, we ignore the public's views on this, I think, at peril. I think we need to listen to young people, as I mentioned earlier, very much on the thermometer right now is about how AI is being used in social media. And to come to the colleague at the front who talked about social media and the risks and harms to young people, we also need to think about how young people are benefiting from all of these tools that incorporate AI or not in gaming, in having fun, in participation. And if we are not listening to their views on the social media bans, then why will they think democracy matters? If they are not heard in what matters to them in their everyday life now and in education, they will not trust the people in authority, which includes you and us as parliamentarians and institutions, about what matters in regulating these technologies. But to wrap up, the voice of regulation at the moment is coming from industry, and we have great colleagues making great products in industry. We should not ignore those. We talk about the future of work as if it is something that we don't already have, but AI is being used in space technology that we use every day, that uses our GPS in our mobile phones. Without these AI, we would not incorporate many of our everyday tasks. But the worry I think we have is that the generative AI companies have come and said, everything is terrible, the world is going to end, God, like AI, will create a jobs apocalypse, the end of the world for employment and for education and for many other things. And it encourages you as parliamentarians not to take time to think, to scrutinize, to ask the critical questions that you need to ask about why do we need to regulate these platforms, not to allow the technology companies to drive what is important to them about regulation, which is often about making the technologies more efficient to actually produce more output from workers, and not to give back that time to the employees, but actually to give more profit to the companies to make more money out of workers. So I think we need to make sure regulation is for the right reasons, and we look at it from the Council of Europe and Education platform and 4 different pieces on this sort of areas of the policy, the practical, the regulatory instrument, the legal, and also the way that we incorporate these technologies to benefit people in the ways that they can through educational technologies for the right reasons, and not make regulation something that is driven by industry.
Merci beaucoup, Jen.
Thank you, Jen, for that. Now we come to the end of our discussions. Well, it's, of course, such a fascinating topic. We really didn't have much time, I'm afraid. I'm going to ask for the words of conclusion I'm going to ask Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo, our friend and head of the Monaco delegation at the Parliamentary Assembly, and to wrap up this, and then we'll hear from Despina, the Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly, who will draw the general conclusions. Beatrice, over to you.
Thank you very much, Stéphane. First of all, I should like to thank all of our high-quality panelists. They've done us a great honor being with us here today and given us a great deal of information on a very important yet worrying subject, because as a woman, a politician, citizen, and a mother, I'm very worried. And I think those worries are not unfounded. I have to say that personally I'm worried about AI, I'm worried about our screen dependency, I'm worried about a loss of creativity and capacity to think. Also worried about loss of human attributes such as empathy, ability to listen, dialogue, and genuine relationships. But as a politician, what I also know is that we have seen a cult of difference and aggressiveness and macho behavior, the rejection of the rightful role of women in our societies. We've also seen growing intolerance of differences in gender, sexual or religious orientation, as well as the rapid propagation of hate speech, calls to violence. And also we've seen perhaps a normalization or trivialization of discriminatory narratives. But as a woman, I do wonder about the future of my daughters, because in their studies, I wonder about the use of AI, and access to knowledge can often lead to them understanding without learning, and their access to the labor market, because I'm certain that AI will lead to a radical transformation of their professional worlds. And again, I also worry about their private lives and protection for their families and their privacy. But I think there is a wider danger, and that is when technologies are used to control information, to censure critical voices, and to manipulate public opinion, as we've seen in the case of elections with the fake news and deep fakes. And we will then have less free societies. So our shared responsibility is to develop critical thinking and to impose ethical limits on the use of AI, because we will only have a value in progress if we can protect dignity, equality, and freedoms. And as parliamentarians, I believe that is our role and responsibility. And we have to try and devise the right legal frameworks for the future, and also make sure there is real awareness in our member states, but make sure these technologies are at the service of humanity and our societies and democracy. Once again, thank you for our panelists, and I know that Despina, as the Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, you will have the final word in truly winding up this day. So thank you very much for being here, thank you for participating, and thank you very much for the young people from the National Youth Council. Thank you.
It's only left to me to thank you, Beatrice, and thank the President of the National Council of Monaco, Thomas Brezzo, who honored us with his presence throughout these days. It's unique to have a speaker with us for so long. I would also like to thank all the panelists, the moderator, our moderator, the interpreters, but also the public who remained in this room despite the beautiful weather and so many temptations outside. Thank you. Now, the President of the National Council started with a quote prepared by AI and concluded with a quote by Aristotle. I didn't consult AI, neither Aristotle. I asked my son, who is 23 years old, and I thought he's more legitimate than I am to answer to the theme we are dealing with today. So I would like, please, to read his answer, prepared by him, not by AI. The use of artificial intelligence by our youth, whose potential pitfalls are to be feared and anticipated through effective regulation, and this is where your role comes in, must nevertheless resist the stigma attached to any progress that operates behind the scenes. No, AI is not the end, neither of critical thinking nor of creativity. On the contrary, it must be a tool, nothing more, nothing less, that if used correctly, can promote or contribute to critical thinking and creativity. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe remains true to its role by ensuring the sustainability of this promise. Thank you.
Madame la Secrétaire Générale, merci beaucoup.
Secretary General, thank you ever so much. Madam President of the Parliamentary Assembly, thank you very much. I think we're all fully aware of the fact also that Madame Fresco-Rolfo is chair of the Equality Committee. I think the day is not over yet for everyone, but it's no longer a working day. Please have an enjoyable evening, and I'd like to point out that the stream for this roundtable will be posted on the Council of Europe website so that you can share it if need be or find the highlights of it. Thank you very much indeed.
Note, we are invited to be décontracté this evening, so not official tenue. And if anybody found a Monaco bag with basket shoes in it, please let me know. They were mine. Thank you.